Good morning, Hockenheim. Hello to everybody trackside and also watching on the live stream. The endurance event for Formula Student Germany 2021 is about to get underway. We've got one or two cars making their way to the starting area, the officials making the final preparations. So we should be going in only a few more minutes. For those of you not familiar with the endurance event, it's obviously meant to test the car's endurance. This year, since the track is a bit shorter, the endurance event is comprised of 28 laps split between two drivers. So the first driver will run 14 laps, come into the pits for the driver's change. The scrutineers will make sure there's nothing wrong with the cars, and the second driver will hopefully go out. And as I'm giving you this introduction, I can see car number 34 from Ingolstadt about ready to take the green flag to start their endurance. This is Schanzer Racing, and it's really good to see them on the start line because we saw them with a test failure, but here they go. And they start their endurance run. So I was saying, yeah, they had a failure during testing the other day of their left front suspension, so it's good to see that they fixed their car. And on that note, they want to give many thanks to the extraordinary support from all of the other teams to help them get back onto track. In particular, they want to thank TU Delft, Dynamics Regensburg, Cure Mannheim, Green Team, TU Fast, WAB Racing, and Acuria X. So once again, thanks to all those teams from Schanzer Racing for allowing them to get their car going and to compete in endurance. And as I say that, they've come around to complete the first lap.
I also want to give a shout out to the whole team that is sitting at home now watching the live stream. They are all the reason why Schanzer Racing is back on track after such tough 5 years. The last time that they...
And sorry to interrupt, but the car has just stopped at the far side of the track. The tractive system active light still seems to be showing... Actually, yeah, it's still flashing red for high voltage being active. You can hear the beep. The driver once again moving. Mechanically, everything looks all right with the car. And they're back on their way.
Yeah, as I was saying, the last time that this team was here at FSG was 2016 in the dynamic events. It's good to see them back on track. They are happy about it as well. There has been apparently also enormous support from their friends at eMotion Aalen and Fast Forest Deggendorf. Some tough years for this team in the last couple of years. There's also a reason that this team is driving the endurance as the very first car. We've also seen some failures on the test track on the front left wheel in the last few days. So good job, guys, on fixing this back up and to be able to ride the endurance today. So Austin, maybe we can explain a little bit more. You already mentioned that the total number of laps for today will be 28, but that's not the whole story for the endurance, is it?
Yeah, that's correct. As I sort of started to mention, as the car took the green flag, the endurance event is divided between two drivers. Each driver will drive half of it, so it's early, but not too early for me to do the maths. That's 14 laps per driver. When the team comes in for the driver change, the officials will inspect the car, make sure that it's safe, make sure there are no obvious issues with the car before sending it back out. And yeah, depending on the driver's experience and aggressiveness, there's a few different strategies the teams can employ during endurance. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, Jonas?
Yeah, so one strategy that we might be already seeing here on track is to just make it to the end. The endurance is the endurance for a reason. The roughly 22 kilometers that the car has to complete here are at race pace, and that's a tall order for these student-built cars. Other teams split the experience of the drivers more unevenly, so that the first driver will basically do a reconnaissance drive, and the second driver will really push harder to score a faster time. As Schanzer is slowing down in the lost chain chicane again, this time the T-cell actually switches all the way back to green, indicating that the high voltage system has been disengaged. It can be re-engaged if they manage to, then they should be able to get back on track.
Yeah, bizarrely, it's exactly where the car stopped a few laps ago, within like a few inches. Once again, still nothing obviously wrong with the mechanical aspects of the car.
A few officials tending to the car, communicating with the driver, trying to ascertain what his plans are. It looks like at this point, though, the car is being pushed back, so unfortunately we are getting the words from the officials here that this will be a DNF for them. But regardless, making the car ready enough to do laps here at the endurance is a big achievement. Well done, guys.
Yeah, well done to Schanzer Racing, and very good job getting the car out to at least make the start of endurance and complete several laps. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the published running order and comparing it to the queue of cars behind me ready to start the endurance event. After Ingolstadt in the running order is Padova, who I do not see in the queue. Then US Constance, who is actually the next car that will take the green flag. We've got TH Lübeck, who's also in the queue. Seville in the queue. Augsburg in the queue. Bayreuth in the queue. And US Hamburg, who I do not see yet. Although there's still a little bit of time for them to get on track.
Meanwhile, the next car on track, number 43.
That's the car from Constance.
Making a very cautious start here. The car looks to be slowing down and has just driven off track. Marshall's immediately tending to it. The tractive system is still active, the red flashing light just above the driver's head indicating that. It is being waved back on track, so hopefully the driver has managed to get it back going, and indeed he has.
Meanwhile, TH Lübeck has approached the green flag. It looks like Padova hasn't made their assigned starting slot. It doesn't mean they won't be able to compete, but they will face some sort of penalty when they do run, because they'll be running out of order.
A slight off course there in the meantime from car number 43, as indeed car number 250, TH Lübeck, makes it onto the track.
So we've now got two cars circulating at the same time. I think once we get into the swing of things, we can expect maximum of 4 cars at any one time on circuit. Since the track is a little bit shorter than it has been recently, they've reduced the track capacity from 5 to 4, which I think does make sense.
Indeed, the track layout that has usually been used here at FSG in the last couple of years has been nerfed just a little bit. usually we would also see another section of the track. Well, we wouldn't see it from our commentating stand here, but in previous years the Nordkurve of the Hockenheimring here has been utilized in front of the grandstands. Since we don't have any visitors here this year, everyone is watching from home. The smaller track layout just makes it ever so easier to manage, to oversee.
Yeah, I mean, retro things are all the rage these days, and this is the throwback track layout to pre-2011 or pre-2012 at Formula Student Germany. As we've been speaking, TH Lübeck has made their first lap complete.
Both of the cars on track here with a very conservative, but nevertheless safe pace. Constance already completing a number of laps, actually. No further issues from them so far.
They do take out a cone and the driver pulls immediately off track.
This time the tractor system is also disengaged, but the driver has managed to get it going again. We see red flashing above the driver again, and he's being waved back on track as we speak.
I think for some of the teams that we're seeing this early in the running order, their goal is to just finish the endurance. So, the drivers from Constance have stopped once again. They've made it about, 100 meters or so and pulled off once more. So saying, I think at this point, some of these teams are just aiming to finish the endurance event as opposed for targeting outright pace. And Lübeck completes their second lap.
And in the meantime, the Unisevilla car, number 51, has been lined up at the green flag. Will be given the go here shortly and is now setting off. As always in Formula Student, the cones that you see on track do count when they are being knocked over or being placed out of the box by the drivers. Penalty time will be applied after the event. So especially later on in the day when cars are actually pushing for pace, the number of cones that they knock over doing so will also count towards their final placement.
So as the car from Lübeck makes its way around the course one more time, I can give you some information. The car's name is Firebird. The endurance drivers are Swinghammer Logistics and Nitzberger. They've reached their goal of just being able to drive at the competition, so well done to them.
We have seen another stop from Constance here on track, but the driver did manage to get it going again without any issues.
The Seagulls from Lübeck say they're a proud sponsor of one of the belts from Mercuriax, RWTH Aachen. They say their whole car is funny, and they want to give a shout out to Bole, the best faculty advisor ever. This is the first time that Lübeck has been at Formula Student Germany. It's the third event overall in the history of the team. They swapped their engine on Wednesday, and so they've done really well to get their car running and be circulating quite steadily around the endurance track so far. Lübeck are now on their fourth lap, just about to complete that.
Yeah, so far the three cars we have here on track are exhibiting a very steady pace. The occasional stop from Constance doesn't seem to be impeding the flow at all so far.
No, I think on paper Constance are very much the quickest car, but based on the few stops they've had on average, I'd say that Lübeck are running the quickest laps at the minute. That being said, Seville have just done a sub 70-second lap for the first time.
Does look like Constance is yet again stopping by the side of the track. Tractor system is still active though. and the drivers being motioned to rejoin the track safely. It was a shame they were slowly creeping up on the car from Sevilla, so we're just about to see our first overtake of the day.
The car from Sevilla. This team competed at Formula Student Germany in 2019, finishing 30th overall in the electric category. Last time around they weren't able to compete any dynamic events, so this is a massive improvement for them, being able to go on track.
Constance again pulling off to the side of the track. This time the T-cell has switched off entirely. That is usually bad news, because in order to engage the high voltage system, which would be indicated by a green light above the driver, you need the low voltage system. I'm sorry, low voltage is green, high voltage is red. Lübeck now being shown the yellow flag as they approach the area where Constance has stopped. And
yeah, the yellow flag just means the driver needs to slow down as they pass the area of caution. They don't need to stop completely, so the driver from Lübeck being very cautious, now being given the green flag again.
Sevilla also slowing down as they pass Constance. So since the tractor system active light is still dark on the Constance car, it looks like the officials are motioning to remove the car from the track entirely. That's a bummer, guys. Regardless, congratulations that you made it to the endurance event here this year at FSG.
And with the retirement of Constance, we now see the arrival of US Augsburg car 188 on track. It's a reasonably tentative start.
Once again, tentative starts here don't necessarily mean bad things. There are various strategies that teams can employ, and as we've seen here time and time again, also for teams that have significantly more experience at the endurance events, to finish first means that you first got to finish, and that's especially true here today. We expect much higher temperatures today here than at the autocross event yesterday. That means more stress on the cars. The track isn't perfectly smooth, as always at FSG. There are bumps and hills and valleys here visible on the track that also puts more stress on the cars than some of the test tracks that teams might be using have been exhibiting here before. So this is truly an endurance event.
And now car 188 from Starkstrong Augsburg makes their way around the slingshot to the final few turns of the circuit. Complete the first lap for that car. Car 188 is named Blackie Decker, who's a puppet of the Augsburger Puppet Theater. It's their tradition, I suppose, to name their cars after Augsburg puppets. Blackie Decker is a scrap metal boy. However, the team is very satisfied with the car not being one. The drivers for the endurance will be Elena and Jonas. Unfortunately, they don't have any cool nicknames, but Elena and Jonas are, good enough names, I'd say. Their target is just to finish all dynamic events.
In the meantime, being lined up at the green flag here is car number 29 from the Uni Bayreuth. They are going to be released here momentarily as Lübeck is getting further and further away.
The team from Augsburg want to give a shout out to the driverless car Zap on doing an unbelievable job in driverless dynamics. And a special shout out to the two heads with their shipping name Flurry. It's a real bromance.
Bayreuth bottoming out on one of the bumps that I mentioned earlier. That's a noise that we might hear from some other cars as we continue today, especially as the pace here on track increases. However, that is not immediately a reason for concern. The car is allowed to occasionally touch the ground as long as they maintain the 30mm static ride height at the beginning and the end of the endurance event.
The team from Bayreuth, Elephant Racing. The car's name is F20 Ragnarok, as they're from Bayreuth. The car is always named to one of Richard Wagner's characters. Most of the other characters have already been used since they've been building cars since 2004, so they've gone with Ragnarok this year. The drivers are Adrian Bausk and Sebastian Gick, aka Chieft. Elephant Racing actually won the Formula Student Czech Republic in 2015. Had some reasonably competitive showings since then, most notably fourth at Czech Republic in 2019.
Bayreuth truly is a very down-to-earth team. They are bottoming out at the same spot on track.
I see what you did there, Jonas.
Augsburg, meanwhile, car number 188 has turned up the speed here a little bit. We are seeing some more dynamic action in the final straight and the chicane just before the timing beacon here. Good to see the driver is starting to push.
Elephant Racing want to give a shout out to all the members of the WhatsApp group, Elect Cassis, who helped solve their EMI problem of their AMS. And the car from Elephant Racing is actually developed as a dual-purpose car, driverless and electric, and has been at FS East as a driverless vehicle and is now here at Formula Student Germany as an electric vehicle.
Yeah, so that's one of the combi cars that we've mentioned throughout the week here already. Not one with the 800 number in this case, though. There are other cars doing this here at this year.
Yeah, there are just two cars who have actually entered both classes here at Formula Student Germany. This car is capable, but just to clarify, they've only entered the electric class this year.
Yeah, and just looking at the lap times from Lübeck, I think they're on their 12th lap. They have to do 14 laps per driver. So we will see, hopefully we will see our very first driver change.
Sorry, Mickey, we see a lot of smoke from car number 269, smoke pouring out both side pods of the car here in the waiting area.
Yeah, that's just the exhaust, good old exhaust smoke, guys, so nothing to worry about.
They are making the way to the green flag here with a very impressive smoke show, almost like the award ceremony yesterday.
Yeah, the car from Hamburg looks like one of those cartoon characters who gets angry and has smoke coming out of both of its ears. Nevertheless, they've taken the green flag. As you can see, now the car is going. There's not much smoke coming out at all.
I love the smell of smoke in the morning.
It does smell good, Mickey, I'll admit that.
Yeah, I kind of missed that during last couple of years. Anyway, we do have, what we didn't expect to be fair, we do have 5 cars out on track simultaneously. We thought maybe because of the shortened layout of the track we would see less cars, but in fact they managed to get 5 cars out, and so far, well, let's not jinx it, but so far so good. And I think the Lübeck car number 250, just got the last lap sign from Jan, so they will be in for the driver change shortly.
Car 269 from Hamburg, now completing the first lap.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, these are the cars that either didn't put in an autocross lap yesterday or had a lot of trouble doing so. So, well, looking at how well these cars are still going, that's actually quite surprising and very positive for these teams, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, as we say that, a bit of understeer from Sevilla as they make their way around the final corner. It's an off course for them, followed closely by Leubeck, who comes in for their driver change. Bayreuth passes by, and actually, yeah, Mickey, this is like, there's quite a few cars on track, all with like differing ultimate paces, but they don't seem to be holding each other up at all.
No, it's actually going quite well, and we just saw the very first, I don't know, double-handed Jedi flag waved by Basti, which is quite nice to see here as well.
Yeah, I asked him if he's been practicing in the 2 years since we've been away, and he says no, he hasn't, and he doesn't even know how he does it. It's just natural. He couldn't explain it to anyone.
He just uses the force, I guess.
Meanwhile, TH Lübeck here in the driver change area. There is a time limit now that the team has to adhere to swap over the second driver into the car. In the meantime, one of the scrutineers is taking a look at the overall integrity of the car to make sure that there is no brake fluid or any other fluid leaking, especially from the combustion cars. Giving a general check and tug on any of the wheels.
And Sevilla with a very eventful few corners. First of all, letting the car from Bayreuth pass, then taking out a few cones, then getting the last lap board so they know the driver can come in for their driver change. Whoa, and another understeer from Hamburg through the final corner. We saw lots of problems with drivers on that corner yesterday, and it looks like even though that the marshals have adjusted the corner slightly, making it a bit less severe, the drivers aren't having it any easier this morning.
Did you say a bit less severe? Anyway, how's the driver change from Lübeck going, Jonas? You got eyes on that?
So far, they are strapping the driver in very calmly. No rush, no bad signs of any puddles forming under the car. So I think they will be underway here again shortly.
And meanwhile, I can see TU Darmstadt lining up to take the green flag, which suggests we may actually see 6 cars on track at one time, assuming that Leubeck is able to restart sufficiently. Was that Sevilla I saw come in for their driver change, Jonas?
Sevilla is exactly also in the driver change area here now, getting out very calmly. Even though there is a time limit, there is usually ample time for the new driver to be seated. Some of the teams have different seat inserts for each of the drivers so that it can fit optimally. That is being swapped over. Again, the officials taking a look at the overall general integrity of the car. Lübeck, meanwhile, being checked that the driver is fully strapped in, so I think they're ready to go.
And TU Darmstadt takes the green flag in car 842. This is one of the combination cars actually entered in both classes, electric and driverless, here at FSG.
And Lübeck has indeed gotten going already, now lining up here at the green flag.
Yes, and with any luck we will have 6 cars on track. I really didn't expect that, so there's a lot of action. We will try to cover everything as best we can. We have eyes on all of the cars from our position, so we'll try to give you updated on everything that we see. But it's really nice to see 6 cars on track, isn't it, Austin?
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, at the very beginning of the broadcast, I speculated we'd see a maximum of 4, but clearly the marshals have been doing some extra work overnight and sharpened their eyes, and everything seems to be going really smoothly so far.
Yeah, and let's not forget we have a couple of overtaking lanes as well. So I don't think any driver has to wait a long time and it's not stuck behind another car before it can overtake it. Just to remind everybody, that is the rule. If you are slower than the car behind you, you will be given the blue flag. You have to go into the blue overtaking area and let the faster car by. This is not wheel racing. This is actually a time attack on endurance.
I think in a few minutes here we'll also get a lot louder on track. One of the louder cars this year from TU Rocklaw is also being prepared here, car number 211. Sevilla, meanwhile, calmly strapping their driver in here in the driver change area. I think they will also be getting going soon again.
I've noticed, I think Elephant Racing from Bayreuth is like notably the fastest car on track at the minute. Every time I see a blue flag, they seem to be passing somebody else.
Yeah, they were pretty quick. I think also in the acceleration, and it absolutely is a very quick car out there. So they definitely got it going yesterday and today in the morning as well. So that looks really good from Bayreuth.
This year the organizers have broken the endurance running effectively into 3 sections. We've got the morning session, the afternoon session, and then the fast 4, in which we'll see all 4 of the fastest autocross cars from yesterday start endurance at pretty much the same time. It's a spectacle to behold, so stick with us for later on in the afternoon.
You know, the spectacle to behold is Bayreuth again sneaking up on another car. This time it's the TU Lübeck. They will again be utilizing the overtaking lane here on the final straight.
Meanwhile, I can see the car from Sevilla. Marshall's moving the cone out the way. The driver looks like they're turning the HV system back on.
Yes, and that was actually excellent marshalling, because the marshals kept the Lübeck car for 2 cars that were behind it. So that was excellent job by the track marshals to allow the 2 faster cars go ahead and not having them impede too much.
Sevilla, meanwhile, managed to restart from the driver change and is now waiting here at the green flag.
Austin, I'm also still surprised that nobody lost any part of the wing. The farther we go, the harder they keep bottoming. Now, the louder the noise becomes, the wings touching the tarmac in the infield, in the horseshoe mainly, and it's really loud. And really surprised that the wings are holding together.
Yeah, it is quite severe, and I guess for those in the live stream, like I mentioned yesterday, if you were watching, this strip of tarmac isn't completely flat. As US Augsburg reached their driver change, yeah, this strip of tarmac isn't completely flat. There's almost like 2 valleys running through it, which the horseshoe intersects, and that's why we're hearing such bottoming out, especially through that section of the track. Sevilla still waiting to take the green flag after their pit stop, and they've now been given it. Driver approaches the track. And a lock-up from...
oh,
something's broken. The right rear wheel looks to be locked up for Bayreuth. The right rear wheel doesn't appear to be spinning.
But I think they were lucky this happened just on their last corner. They are now making their way here into the driver change area.
I'm going to go downstairs to take a look a bit closer and keep you updated on that.
Thanks, Mickey.
Well, I see the scrutineers flocking around the car of Bayreuth and taking a good look at it. But so far they haven't seen anything that would stop the car, and the team is just going ahead with the driver change. I think already the second driver is in the car as well. So, well, so far I think they're going to go at it. I'm not sure what happened there, but visually there's nothing wrong with the car.
That's good to hear from them. We'll see what happens when they get out of the driver change. Darmstadt, meanwhile, passes Sevilla in the passing overtaking lane. Now got the car from Lübeck coming around once again. And as I mentioned earlier, particularly in the last corner and a few other areas, the organizers have subtly changed the profile of the turns to make them a bit less severe than they were in the autocross yesterday. But still, the driver is managing to hit some of the cones in the same spots that we saw repeatedly.
I think there is a subtle difference, though, from the final chicane compared to the autocross, which is that at the very last flick of the chicane, we can see that it is tightening up a little bit more. So the drivers are sort of forced to take a slightly different line through here, like Darmstadt is demonstrating now with a little slide, compared to the autocross yesterday.
See the car from US Augsburg, car 188, ready to rejoin the track after their pit stop. Just waiting for a green flag from the marshals.
And it also looks like Conny Bayreuth, car number 29, with the locked up wheel that we saw earlier, also being waved forward. They have their HV system activated.
Yeah, and it looks like business as usual for the Bayreuth car. Nobody seems to be worried at all at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on it. It did sound very strange when the car pulled into the driver change.
And Augsburg take the green flag. Yeah, not only did it sound strange, but the right front was clearly locked up when they pulled into the pits.
Yeah, and you can definitely see also a big flat spot on the tires. I'm not sure how that will affect the grip level on the car, but it was locked up, and you can see definitely the flat spot on the right front.
It's rolling now, though, so hopefully that was some very good timing if there was going to be a small issue for that to happen. Hopefully there was not a reoccurrence.
They were pushing quite significantly before, and I hope they can get back up onto that pace with their second driver now.
And
would seize up. Again, I think it just stops now on the track, and driver desperately tries to go ahead. This is some mechanical seizure of the brakes.
Lübeck having to slow down very significantly there for the yellow flags to be guided around Bayreuth. Also Augsburg having to be guided around the stuck Bayreuth car. The driver is still communicating with the marshals, but as they are trying to push the car forward, it looks like the front right wheel is completely seized up indeed. That indicating the brakes are actually stuck.
Yeah, the marshals are trying to rock the car, but the wheel looks completely seized. You can see the driver trying everything to keep the car going, but he couldn't get it to go more than maybe 2 or 3 feet at a time.
The marshals, meanwhile, are adjusting the track slightly so that the cars that are still running on track right now can actually pass in a safe way.
Unfortunately, because the wheel's locked up, the marshals can't just push the car out of the way. They've got to get a trolley underneath to lift up the front of the car in order to even move that. But unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a DNF for Elephant Racing.
Yeah, the driver getting out, indicating that this is indeed
a good effort from them. Made it to the driver change just about, having some issues with the right front wheel. Driver from Lübeck once again carefully going through the yellow flag area.
Yeah, and I have to say a big compliment to these drivers, because they really listen to the instructions from the marshals, who are still waving the yellow flags. And this is how you should handle these kind of situations, both from the marshal side and the driver side. So that's very well done by everybody involved here.
Augsburg, meanwhile, is hot on the heels of Lübeck. They will also be making use of the overtaking lane. Lübeck now being shown the blue flag, so that Augsburg can overtake here on the final straight.
And car 842 from Darmstadt's come to a stop at the horseshoe. Pretty much the same exact spot where that car stopped a few laps ago. Maybe about 6 yards earlier. The car's going again. Just wanted to say hello to the marshal at that corner, maybe thank them for helping out the first time around.
Or it has something to do with the bumps that are present and very severe, especially here in the horseshoe area.
And to Darmstadt 842 in for their driver change now. Hopefully they can resolve whatever issues they were having, where they would stop repeatedly at the horseshoe. The horseshoe is quite interesting. Just at the turn-in, there's a change in the angle of the pavement. It sort of looks like it throws most of the cars out of balance.
Yeah, that's an area we've also seen teams struggle yesterday in the autocross already. I think the inclination and camber change of the corner there definitely being a struggle. Darmstadt, meanwhile, in the driver change area, very calmly being switched over from one driver to another. The officials again taking a look at the car.
And I can see the last lap board being shown to the car from Lübeck. Driver nodding his head in acknowledgement, urging the car forward. Just 800 meters to glory for Lübeck now.
They have been showing a very steady pace so far today, and finishing the endurance, as we've seen, is a hard feat, and congratulations to them if they do manage it.
Watching the car from Lübeck make its way about halfway through the final lap. The Seagull flying to the finish of endurance, just a few more corners now.
Another car is being readied here, meanwhile, at the green flag. Car number 211 from Theo Rocklaw. I think we'll be hearing a lot more noise on track from here on forward.
The Seagulls racing car from Lübeck coming through the slingshot, through the final few corners. And Seagulls Racing is the first team to finish endurance at FSG 2021. Well done to them.
Congratulations, guys. Well done. Yet another car being readied here at the green flag in the meantime. Car number 212 from US Kempton.
Car from Sevilla being urged on by their supporters now.
Yeah, they must be in their final few laps. We've seen them pass us here quite a few times already.
Yeah, and I heard from the
But at times you wouldn't be able to tell based on their cheering. And as Steph has just pointed out to me, the car from Kempton actually has an asymmetrical livery. They've got a blue stripe on one side, red stripe on the other. The red side is the loud side.
So they pretty much knew it was coming, because red is a warning color actually. So they probably knew that it was going to be a bit loud on that side. So well done for informing us up front.
Car from Wrocław is just constantly making the way around the endurance run reasonably uneventfully. It's not necessarily a bad thing that we don't mention the car every 2 seconds, Mickey, is it?
No, actually, and I just mentioned, I just thought that I really love the sound of the Wrocław car. It's very smooth engine sound, and it's just also a very nice car to look at as well. And also the driver is also very much in control of the car. And I love the sound of these kind of cars in the morning.
And the driver from Kempton really drifting through the cone killer chicane just in front of us.
Darmstadt, meanwhile, making their steady pace around the track. Still bumping over those horseshoe bumps. I think I even saw one of the rear wheels lift off for a brief second there.
Can now see car 218, the combustion car from Sevilla, about ready to join the track. Just waiting for a free slot on the circuit for the marshals to let them go.
And there will be one available, Austin, because I think we have the car from Augsburg coming up to the last chicane, and they just have to navigate the final turns, and they finish the endurance.
Well done, guys. That's a
guys.
big achievement. It did look like the Augsburg car was slowing down significantly for the last couple of laps, either due to heat or accumulator capacity issues. So it's definitely a good thing that they managed to creep across the finish line here.
And just as we were talking about the car from Wrocław being a smooth driver, not making really anything notable, they've picked up a cone, carried it about halfway around the track, and just dislodged it on the back straight.
Yeah, that just might be a little souvenir from the FSG circuit, Austin, so I wouldn't worry too much about it.
We know these cars are capable of carrying many more cones than just one, Nicky, don't we?
Yeah, we counted 21 yesterday, so if any team's up for the challenge, I think they might hand out a special award for that as well.
The Wrocław driver now creeping up to the Sevilla car, so also one of the overtaking lanes hopefully being made available for them right there.
The driver from Kempton looks to be struggling with the car a little bit. It's like a very binary throttle input, if I had to say. The car is either not going very quickly or sideways. Again, 2 cars being allowed to pass Sevilla here. And that's not very nice from Darmstadt throwing a cone at Sevilla as they pass them.
Yeah, that was almost a little bit like Mario Kart, right? So you just throw stuff behind you and to impede the other car.
Like a banana, yeah.
A quick update from the cars waiting here to join the endurance event. Car number 161 from Göttingen. One of the first cars that we saw at the autocross event yesterday. Let's see what they can do here on the endurance track.
And interestingly, now that Sevilla has let the cars from Wroclaw and Darmstadt by, they seem to be keeping pace with Darmstadt, who have been given the blue flag themselves. They appear to be ignoring the blue flag now.
Darmstadt indeed now being shown the blue flag so that Sevilla can overtake them yet again.
Yeah, in the meantime, Hawk Göttingen is just crept up on us on the starting line, and they are allowed to enter the endurance track. So we have, again, 5 cars out on track, and the action is just awesome, isn't it, Austin?
Yeah, let's just say that I can see a little bit of a zip tie has come off the Hawk Göttingen car. Just off the racing line. Hopefully it's not important.
Yeah, well, most cars here are held together by zip ties, glue and some duct tape. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, but we'll keep an eye on them. And so far, so good. 5 cars on track, a lot of action. Marshals are handling every situation quite well, I have to say. So that's a good thing to see.
I think, Mikko, we should also not forget the blood, sweat, tears and prayers from the teams that are holding these cars together, especially now here today in the endurance event. It is a feat if these cars manage to complete the 24 laps, 12 laps from each driver here.
There are some interesting battles going on. I know there's no head-to-head racing in the endurance, but there are some pretty evenly matched cars now. We can see the car from Wroclaw has just passed the car from Sevilla. Now Sevilla keeping up with the car from Wroclaw, so the driver clearly learning from every car they follow.
Yeah, and this car was actually held back to allow 2 cars to pass, but now he already overtook one of those 2 cars, and now he will overtake the other car as well. So very nice piece of action out here, and again, good to see that Sevilla car, the combustion car, has found the pace, and they are quick.
Yeah, and the Marshal is handling the situation really well, like you said. Race control doing a really good job managing the cars. Nobody's really being held up. Everyone seems happy enough.
It looks like the driver from Sevilla has learned so much from the other cars on track that he's actually driving right at the limit of what the car can handle. And some of the chicanes here right in front of the commentating stand, we can actually see the car lift one of the rear tires under braking into the corner.
Yeah, and I think we will see exactly the same situation as before, because now the Kempton car just overtook the Hawk Göttingen car, but Göttingen was just on the 2nd lap, so the driver will learn the track and he will pick up some space, and he will probably chase the Kempton car, and let's see whether they can repeat the trick that we saw before, because I do think the Hawk Göttingen car has the potential to be quite fast out there.
Meanwhile, I can hear the car from Lyon, car 281, to our right, about ready to take the green flag. This car, of course, won the acceleration event the other day.
Oh, and something's wrong with one of the cars that pulled into the overtaking area by itself.
Driver seems to have reset the T-Sol light.
It's indeed the car number 842 from Darmstadt. Yellow flags now on the final straight. The HV system has gotten going again and the driver is set off. He's being held to let Kempton and Göttingen.
Whoa!
Ooh, that was a close call. Darmstadt pulling ahead of Hawk Göttingen here. Bit of a precarious situation on track.
Well, fortunately, the drivers by themselves managed to solve that situation. It was a bit of a confusing flag situation over there, but the drivers were alert and they solved it very well, very professionally, so big compliment to them.
Car from Leon now gets the green flag, going part of the action. Driver puts the visor down and they're off to start their endurance.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is the Combustion acceleration winner from 3 days ago. So, no, it was actually yesterday. So this should be very interesting how they will able to keep up with all these winged cars on track.
Car from Wroclaw being shown the last lap board before their pit stop.
Indeed, we can see the Wroclaw team already preparing themselves for the driver change here in the driver change area, and also the Kempten team preparing for their pit stop. As Göttingen has managed to creep up on Darmstadt again. So again, another driver learning quite a few tricks here from the cars that have once passed them.
Yeah, as predicted, Jonas, we already said that the Göttingen car was only on their second lap before they got overtaken by the car in front of them. So they will be able to pass them again. So
Darmstadt now indeed pulling into the overtaking lane.
And Wroclaw in for their driver change now.
Now the time is ticking here for Wroclaw, the driver getting out very speedily, but with no haste. Officials again checking for leaking brakes, leaking oil, leaking water.
And the driver from Leon appears to be struggling a little bit through the low-speed corners as Kempten comes in for their pit stop. Göttingen really pulling away from Darmstadt now that they've been given the freedom to exert the full potential of their car, Mickey.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think the Darmstadt car is just slowing down significantly as well, because I think their lap times. Let me take a look at their lap times, because that doesn't look very good as well. So let me see. Yeah, we can definitely see some lack of performance last couple of laps. So they not sure what's going on with the car, but they are losing a little bit of space. They're still going, but not sure what the situation is at the moment.
Yeah, there can be all sorts of manners of problems for the electric cars. Over temperature on the motors, over temperature on the accumulator, state of charge of the accumulator. But if they can keep this going...
Whoa, and Leon is locked up in the final corner. They've stopped right in the middle of the track. They've got going again now.
Göttingen having to brake severely not to crash into them.
That was the same corner where we saw the driver from Leon have issues last lap.
Darmstadt, meanwhile, being shown the last lap sign, so let's hope they can manage to inch it home here.
Yeah, or perhaps the AI is trying to take over, Jonas. We never know. This is one of the combi cars, so maybe the driver is battling the AI to get the car around.
Computer says no.
Göttingen, meanwhile, severely catching up to the Lyon car here on track. Clearly a lot of learnings being collected here by Göttingen. Let's hope they can pass Lyon here in the overtaking lane on the final straight.
And yeah, Göttingen gets past with no issues. Leon still continuing. You can see car 127 from Lausanne in Switzerland. Just about to be given the green flag.
As Fun with Flags Basti is getting ready to show the finishing flag to Darmstadt car number 842. You have completed the endurance event. Congratulations.
Yeah, and they're very rightfully so. They are very, very happy with this performance. even though they lost a couple of seconds on per lap on the last couple of laps, but they should be very, very proud of themselves. Well done, guys.
And not only are they the first team, or not only have they completed endurance, but they're the first combi car to ever complete an endurance event at Formula Student Germany. So well done to Darmstadt.
Yeah, good achievement lugging all those extra sensors around with them on the driver endurance here today.
Now got Tia Roklaw after their pit stop. Everything looks all right, just waiting for a slot on track to be released into.
Kempton also looks like they're ready to go in the driver change area. They are just about to be motioned forward just behind Roklaw.
And yeah, Roklaw back out on track. PWR Racing, second driver. Lausanne completing their first lap.
So what do we think about this Lausanne car, Austin? I didn't see a lot of them yesterday. I'm not sure whether they competed in all the dynamics at all, but have you seen them? Did you notice something?
Yeah, we've seen them at a few of the events. I can't remember exactly if they've been to every dynamic event, but certainly seen them earlier in the weekend. I think the most striking thing about the car from Lausanne is the very impressive rear diffuser they have with about 7,000 strakes in it.
It's a very nice looking car as well, very quiet obviously, but also very, very nicely, the paint job is very nice, and so far also the car is looking very good out on track, so it's good to see them out there.
Not so quietly rejoining the track is now UAS Kempton after their driver change, completing or starting the second stint of their endurance. Does look like the car from Sevilla, their combustion car, has slowed down a little bit compared to their initial pace here. Still a very safe drive as they are being waved in for their driver change. That gives the car a little bit of an opportunity to cool down. A fresh driver in the car is also a good thing. Let's see what they can do in their second stint.
Also going a bit slower now is UAS Kempton, presumably the second driver, just acclimating themselves to the circuit.
Yeah, it does look like the car is a little bit sluggish to get going compared to the very flamboyant driving from the first driver. Lausanne, meanwhile, catching up to Kempton. So we'll probably see an overtake there soon again. Roklaw in the meantime is slowly catching up to Lyon. It's good to see some action out here, especially when safe overtakes are concerned.
Yeah, and Lausanne just overtaking, I think it's Kempton, yeah. We did see the Kempton car significantly being slower a little bit. I'm not sure what the situation is there. We're keeping an eye on them, but oh no, the Lausanne car just slowed down, and the cars behind it have to brake really, really rough. And
lots of yellow flags being waved.
Yeah, yellow flags being braked. Oh, it got going again. So I think the cars just behind them they do have to slow down just a little bit, but now they are giving the green flag, and we are back to racing.
Once again, the marshals and drivers handle that situation quite well. We've now got a bit of a train behind Kempton.
As Göttingen is being shown the last lap sign. Kempton being held to let two cars pass. Lyon now still creeping up behind them, so I think we'll see them in the overtaking lane once again. just as Wroclaw is creeping up on Göttingen. They are on their last lap though, just before the driver change here.
Yeah, Wroclaw just behind Göttingen. Just a few more laps before Göttingen comes in for their driver change.
Car from Sevilla, car number 281, meanwhile being swapped in with a new driver here. No issues by the looks of it so far.
And the driver from Göttingen has missed coming into the pits for the driver change. He's continued on an extra lap. And the car from Lausanne once again comes to a stop at the far end of the circuit by Lost Chain, gets going again. But once again, the cars from Göttingen and Wroclaw are just behind. There's all action here at the moment on the endurance.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can only speculate as to the reason why Lausanne keeps stopping, especially on the electric cars. There can be all sorts of issues, things shorting out, things just overheating and shutting down. No telling what the issue there is, but it's good to see them getting going again.
So I'm not entirely sure what happens on the rules if the driver does an extra lap in endurance. That's something we'll have to look into.
Yeah, I think it's up to the discretion of the organizing committee, because I think the second driver just gets a lap less. In my opinion, that would be the most practical solution.
Either that or the last driver just does the right amount of laps. So the penalties affect the extra lap the car has done.
As Göttingen now manages to pull into the driver change area, we will try and keep you updated with what the proceedings will be.
And we have a nice battle going on between the UAS Kempton car and the Lyon car. I do see the driver from Lyon is a bit faster, but also he's struggling in certain parts of the track, where especially the wing section, the Kempton cars are quite a bit faster. So Lyon car has to play catch up all the time.
I guess that's why they call it the wing section, Mickey.
Meanwhile, Sevilla has managed to complete their driver change and they are out on track again. It does look like the car is speeding up. Again, we did see them slowing down slightly at the end of their first stint. And Lyon has been given the opportunity to overtake Kempton here on track and are pulling away significantly from them. So the Lyon driver has pulled himself together and has managed to speed past them.
Driver from Wroclaw with a power slide through Lost Chain. I think if this were the autocross track, there would have been a cone there and he would have taken it out. But fortunately, he swung wide right at the entrance to the passing zone, so he didn't hit anything.
Yeah, it does look like the car is a bit of a handful to handle. Lots of oversteer into some of these slightly faster corners. They are slowly catching up to Sevilla now. Boy, it is good to see lots of battles here on track for the overtaking lanes.
Yeah, on the whole though, we're seeing lots of really good driving at the minute. The drivers are not doing anything really silly, doing some consistent laps, not causing any drama.
No, so far I'm very impressed by the professionalism of these drivers. They actually prevented a couple of very nasty accidents by being very alert. So that's I'm truly impressed. Well done.
Sevilla now being shown the blue flag to let Wroclaw overtake. And I think we also missed Lyon being shown the last lap sign. So I think they'll be coming in for a driver change. Lausanne, meanwhile, making their way around the track. I don't think we've seen them stop in the meanwhile again. So whatever the issue might have been seems to have resolved itself.
From Lyon. Final few corners before their pit stop.
and Kempton being shown the blue flag again to let Wroclaw overtake here on the final straight.
Yeah, I just took a look at their lap times. This second driver is really off the pace at the moment. Not sure whether that's a mechanical issue or something else, but it's 7 to 10 seconds slower than the fastest lap of the first driver. This Lausanne car is so silent, Austin. I mean, even the other electric cars, we could hear quite well the motors or some fans or whatever. But this Lausanne car, you just absolutely don't hear anything from them.
Yeah, another very silent car making it back onto track now. Göttingen is back from their driver change. We don't have any word yet on what the proceedings will be with the extra lap that the first driver took. But for now, it's good to see them back on track.
Okay, so I just got a confirmation on my communication channel from the organizers. So the Hawk Göttingen car, the second driver, will just do one lap less. So they solved it in a very practical way. So that's good to hear.
Yeah, well, the driver component of Formula Student certainly is important. The main goal is to test the cars here and not the drivers themselves.
It's nice to see some pragmatism in the morning.
Lining up here at the green flag, meanwhile, is UAS Heilbronn, car number 239, looking to start their endurance event.
And Lausanne once again approaching Kempton. Kempton being shown the blue flag again. Lausanne passing without any issue.
Lyon, meanwhile, here in the driver change area, also ready to go to start their second stint.
Wroclaw and Göttingen once again running together on track.
These were two of the drivers that we've seen learning quite some tricks from the drivers that were passing them once. Let's see if the Göttingen driver can catch up to Wroclaw.
And car 239 from Heilbronn takes the green flag.
Immediately taking 2 cones in the cone killer chicane.
Missed 2 cars, Regensburg and Bochum. Not sure whether they're out of order in the queue or something happened with them, but we do miss those cars.
I see Bochum just at the gas station here, so I think they missed their slot by just a little bit.
And Lausanne in for their driver change is Lyon. Enters the track for their second half of endurance. Kempton completing another lap.
the Lausanne driver curiously not immediately getting out here in the driver change area. I did see the T-cell continued flashing once the car was stationary. The officials wiggling the rear wing.
Car from US Kempton still circulating as they cross the finish line. They've got 2 laps to go in their endurance run. And Hawk Göttingen continuing their very solid and almost stealthy run through endurance. It's a very neat, compact car, the car from Hawk Göttingen.
Austin, I'm just looking at the Heilbronn car. What I noticed that they have their wings. Looks like their rear wing is in full open mode, like with a DRS. Not sure whether that's intentional or not, but I would like to have a bit more downforce on this track, wouldn't you?
Yeah, certainly. Downforce is never a bad thing, unless, of course, they're concerned about efficiency or something like that. But I don't know. Either way, the wing is stuck in one position. Whether that's intentional or not, I guess only the team knows.
Meanwhile, the last lap sign being readied here for UAS Kempten.
So yeah, just looking at the track, Kempton car just got overtaken by the Hawk Göttingen car. They are on the final lap. We'll keep our fingers crossed for the Kempton car, but so far so good. It looks very steady, and the driver just flipping another cone as I said it. And my heart skipped a bit because they slowed down a little bit, but that was just a bad shift from the driver. And but so far they are on the final straight. Coming up to the final chicane, and they will be getting the final finish flag from Basti. UAS Kempten finishing endurance. Well done, guys. Awesome job.
Yes, way to go, Kempten.
Overall, the action on track has calmed down a little bit. It looks like the cars that are out now are much more evenly matched in terms of pace. Whether that's a driver limited or car limited, you do sometimes see some of the cars slowing down as they progress on the 22-kilometer run that they need to complete here today. Lining up on the green flag in the meantime is Uni Lisbon, car number 50, looking to start their endurance event for the day.
And also we don't see the Weingarten car. I do see, by the way, the car from Bochum coming up to the line, which we missed earlier, but the Weingarten car is still missing. And just behind the Lisbon car was the Stralsund car, and just behind them now is the Bochum car. They skipped in ahead of the line, and also got in the line the Nuremberg car and the St. Augustin car.
The car from Sevilla now being shown the last lap board. There's one more round of the track for them to complete endurance.
And it's good to see the car from Lausanne charging their HV system and getting ready to embark on their second stint at the green flag. Even though they just joined us here on track, it looks like the car from Lisbon is taking a very cautious pace around the track, still getting familiar with the twists, turns and bumps here of the endurance track.
Lausanne rejoin after their pit stop. Meanwhile, the car from Sevilla making its final turn through the slingshot onto the back straight, approaching the final few corners and receiving the checkered flag. Sevilla finishing endurance at FSG 2021. Congratulations to the team.
Big cheers from the team there, and deserving. Finishing the endurance here is a big feat. Congratulations, guys.
Yes, vámonos.
As I'm looking here on the action on track, the car from Göttingen still making its rounds. I think plucky is the adjective you can most attribute to this car. Very clean looking, simple electric car with no wings. It's good to see such a simple car delivering quite a good pace here on track.
Yeah, and there seemed to be some kind of confusion because the Sevilla car only registered 27 laps. So something, not sure what happened there, but timekeeper says 27 laps instead of 28. I hear the marshals talking on the radio, and they are discussing it as we speak.
They were definitely being waved out with the checkered flag, so I don't think this is a mistake from the driver itself.
No, definitely not, because we definitely saw the checkered flag being waved, so I'm not sure what happened there. But I'm sure they will come up with another pragmatic solution for that.
Yeah, I think it looks like the car is being waved out of the dynamic area by the officials here, so I don't think we will see them back on track.
No, they won't put them back for one lap, so they would just probably add sort of an average lap time to their overall time. So something like that will probably.
Meanwhile, in the final chicane, I think that's Lausanne significantly slowing down, but immediately getting going again. No issues there for any of the other cars on track. No yellow flags necessary. Lisbon also looking like the driver has picked up the pace, maybe learned a thing or two from the other cars on track.
And if I look correctly at the time screen, then also Haag Göttingen is on their second to last lap, just coming around the corner. They will probably get the last lap sign. Yeah, there we have it. So Jan is already preparing the sign for the Haag Göttingen car.
It does look like the Göttingen car has slowed down a little bit compared to the first few laps that we've seen from them. But that's not a problem yet.
Yes, we see that a lot, don't we, Jonas? Because sometimes you have to be a little bit conservative with the remaining energy. And as we see Lausanne slowing down and standing still just after the cone killer chicane.
Fortunately, they are stopped right at the overtaking lane, so the other cars will be able to pass them easily.
Yeah, so yeah, through the overtaking lane should, yeah, that's what they are doing.
Lisbon, Heilbronn and Lyon losing a little bit of time, but overall not too much, and the train can continue.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. They just reversed the overtaking lane to be able to accommodate the Lausanne stop. So the marshal just pushing the Lausanne car into the overtaking lane, so they are really out of the way, and allowing the car to restart. They should be able to restart because we've seen them stop a couple of times.
Göttingen, meanwhile, finishing the endurance here, taking the checkered flag for the second time, successfully navigating off track here and waiting to shut down. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, much like the rest of the run, sort of went under the radar. This car's so quiet, they passed us without us really noticing. Good job to them, though. Aside from the minor counting error by the first driver, very uneventful run for them, which is not a bad thing in the endurance.
Lausanne is still stuck in the overtaking lane here after the cone killer chicane. I can't quite see the T-cell. I'm not sure if they have a chance to re-engage the high voltage system.
No, we are just behind the big rear wing, so we don't see the T-cell sign. Unfortunately, I'm not sure whether the driver is still trying to do so. He is communicating to the marshal, so he's probably trying to get the car going again.
We can see the brake light going on and off, like the driver is trying to cycle the power of the car.
Going again also is Uni Sevilla, the combustion car, back on track here.
And it looks like the driver from Lausanne's being given the dreaded stop trying signal by the marshals and is being pushed off the track. Unfortunately, it's going to be a DNF for Lausanne, but well done for them to make it through to the second half of endurance.
That means that they are eligible for an efficiency score at the very least, so they could still pick up some points here.
That's true, and clearly one of the top Swiss teams. With that car being moved out of the way, the yellow flags are now all removed from the circuit once again. I'm sure all the drivers still on track are going to be happy about that.
Meanwhile, the checkered flag being prepared here for Sevilla to come in.
So I guess they did do their final lap after all. Yeah, so clearly the marshals did have Sevilla come back on track to finish their last lap.
Yeah, so sorry about the confusion there. It does look like Sevilla was ordered back on track for one extra lap since they were waved out early. Meanwhile, here is Stralsund, car number 321, joining us here for the first time today. They begin their endurance event. The driver from Lyon clearly having to wrestle the car over the bumps here in the horseshoe.
The driver from Heilbronn making their way in for the driver change. You can see the car from Roar Uni Bochum, car 248, approaching the green flag.
Uni Bochum, car number 248, just being held a little bit to let car number 321 pass, waiting for a spot here to join the track.
Yes, and car number 218 from Lyon, or 281 from Lyon, on the final lap. We've seen this car struggle a little bit out there with the grip, having no wings and power sliding onto the last straight, navigating the final chicane. And they finish endurance. Well done.
Very spectacular
Lyon.
engine revving here from the driver. Good job, Lyon.
And the car from Bochum being given the green flag, but the driver stalls, now trying to get the car refired.
A little bit of gentle rocking there from the official to try and get the car to re-engage.
Driver now trying to get the engine refired and does so with no issue, but I think they'll have to wait now because there's another car just about to pass, car 321 from Stralsund. I think they'll be held behind Lisbon as well and probably released. There's a big gap after Lisbon.
Quick update from the driver change area. Heilbronn seems to have seated their second driver. He's all strapped in. And the car is being ready to go out again on the second stint.
And the car from Bochum takes the green flag. Driver gets going this time with no issues.
I think we've seen them throughout the week here with issues to get started. So let's hope they don't have any of those problems out on track here.
And Heilbronn now back on track as well, ready to take the green flag for the second half of their endurance, of course. Stralsund comes past us, and the driver does appear to be struggling with throttle control just a little bit. The car is bucking as it comes through some of the low-speed corners just in front of us.
Lisbon, meanwhile, keeping up their careful pace to make sure that they are able to finish the event. Times are one thing, but finishing this event is a whole another thing.
Car from Bochum, Rory Uni Bochum, crosses the finish line. Driver seems to be struggling with gear selection a little bit.
Yeah, it was definitely stuck in neutral for a couple of turns. They have some kind of pneumatic shifting because we did actually hear the sound just as they were standing close to our position of the driver selecting gear. So that might be an issue, but let's hope it won't be an issue for long.
Yeah, hopefully the team fully pressurized this system before the endurance run.
They do look pretty fast through the faster turns, just struggling a little bit in low-speed corners.
And the car from Heilbronn, very softly sprung. You can see through the turns the front wing is just about scraping the ground on every turn.
Yes, well, as long as they clear the 30mm ground clearance test. As we all know, these cars will be subjected to extra scrutineering inspection after finishing the endurance, and they have to pass a number of tests, among which is the 30mm ride height test, which is conducted with a sort of a hockey puck. Isn't that, Austin?
Yeah, it's like a hockey puck on a stick, and the scrutineers will run the hockey puck all the way under the car and make sure there are no areas where it gets stuck or shows any resistance trying to move. So it's a pretty straightforward test.
Lisbon, meanwhile, being shown the last lap sign for this driver.
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward test, but it's caught some teams out in the past, so hopefully we don't see any issues this year. Meanwhile, the car from Stralsund's going quite slowly through the wing section.
I think you mean the car from Heilbronn. Rory Bochum has actually caught up to them, and Heilbronn being now shown the blue flag to overtake.
Heilbronn and Stralsund are going a little bit slow at the moment.
Yeah, the wing section is the section just before the slalom, and we did see Stralsund struggle a little bit there. And actually, yeah, so the Heilbronn car was being caught by the car behind it. So, but now we have 4 cars on track, as far as we can tell, and a couple of more in the queue. I think they will allow the Nuremberg car number 60, to come up to the starting line.
And Lisbon finishes the first half of their endurance. Well, Stralsund is on track. We can see a message on the rear wing of their car, basically thanking Nicholas Otto for the combustion engine. It's a tribute car. It's the last combustion car they're going to have before they switch to an electric car for future years.
And it looks like the Bochum car really found some pace out there, because that looks really good as they just went by our position. And let me see what kind of lap times they can do. It's let me see.
While you're looking at that, car from US Nuremberg takes the green flag.
And actually the Bochum car just did a 55.7. Which is very quick compared to the previous lap times. I think only the Rocklaw car was just a bit faster, but so that's very impressive time by the Bochum car already.
They definitely have picked up the pace, but they've also picked up a habit of hitting the ground more. So let's hope that the winds all stay intact.
Car from Nuremberg completes their first lap. The car from Stralsund does sound quite nice as it drives past, but like we've said, it's almost got a binary throttle. And the car from Bochum rearranging the track in the just before the horseshoe.
Even though they haven't been on track for a while, the Nürnberg car seems to be slowly catching the slowing combustion car from Heilbronn. So I think once again we'll see some blue flags here soon.
A big power slide from the driver from Stralsund.
Just after the cone killer chicane, indeed. Winnie Bochum, meanwhile, continuing to scrape the ground here in the horseshoe.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the running order, guys. After these cars running on track now, we only have 4 cars for the morning session, which is session number A. And then after that we will have another one, Group B. I'm not sure whether the organizers will go ahead with Group B or whether we will have a short break, but certainly the faster half of the autocross yesterday, which is about, let me see, 21 cars. That's session B. So we will see whether these cars can finish, and then another 4 cars on the track, and then we will have the Group B.
I don't know about you, Mickey, but I'm still full from Frackstuck this morning in the hotel. Not quite ready for a lunch break.
Yeah, and for the ones that don't understand what Frackstuck means, that's Austin saying Frühstück.
Meanwhile, Uni Lisbon has made it out of the driver change area to the green flag, just waiting for a slot on track here. Their first stint was relatively conservative. Let's see what kind of strategy.
Well, there's a car stopped on track. It's in a position where I can't see which car number it is. It's not Stralsund, because I can see Stralsund. It's not Heilbronn. It's not Nuremberg.
I believe that's Bochum.
The driver is off the track, but still the other car is circulating, being shown a yellow flag.
The driver is in communication with the marshals. We can't hear whether the engine is running or not.
We did see some issues from Bochum starting the car initially at the beginning of the endurance run. So could potentially be related to that or to the shifting system, which we also saw causing some issues for the driver earlier on in their stint.
Yeah, just listening to the communications channel of the dynamic area, the driver is trying to restart the car, and it managed it to do so. So that was a bit of a hard stopper there, Austin, but they managed to get going again.
Yeah, there's no worse feeling than when your car stops on track in an endurance event.
Lisbon, meanwhile, making it back out on track for the second stint of the endurance. Bochum again slowing down, though, just before the horseshoe here, pulling off track again. Yellow flags coming out from the marshals. I hope the driver can get the car going again, whatever issues they seem to be having. While the other cars are being guided around the yellow flag area, it looks like Bochum is being pushed off into the car storage area. So that's a big disappointment for the Bochum team. Nevertheless, good effort, guys, that you made it out here onto the endurance track in the first place.
See the car from Nuremberg closely following the car from Lisbon. The car from Heilbronn also looking in to join in the action. We'll see if the marshals let both of the cars pass. And they do indeed let both cars past Lisbon before releasing the car back on the track. See the driver from Bochum walking back to the pit area.
Now once again there is a little bit of a train forming behind Lisbon. Stralsund now also creeping closer and closer to them. I think we'll see another overtake. Lisbon, of course, also showing a bit of a conservative pace in their first stint, but the priority here for all the teams should...
Whoa, and the car from Nuremberg spins out in the last corner, re-enters the track just in front of Heilbronn. Driver missed the turn and got back on track, overcorrected, and once again went back off track.
Stralsund now been shown the checkered flag for the driver change, so we'll see a fresh driver being put into the car.
Yeah, and that was very alert driving from the Heilbronn car, because he saw the car spinning and coming back onto the track, and instead of choosing to power through and trying to pass the car in front, he just managed to wait and see what happened, and I think he prevented some form of dangerous situation, perhaps even a collision, because that was quite unsafe to re-enter the track again by the Nuremberg car. So fortunately, again, these drivers reacted in a very professional manner.
Yeah, this driver from Nuremberg is really pushing.
Also pushing up to the green flag position here is the car number 97 from Schweinfurt, a white car that we've already talked before about the livery. Nuremberg meanwhile managing to just stay ahead from Heilbronn, but now being shown the blue flag so that Heilbronn can push past them.
And Schweinfurt takes off.
While the drive system of the Schweinfurt car is extremely silent, we do hear some tire screw just out of the cone killer chicane here.
And we're almost, well, 4 cars out on track, and we're almost getting used to the 6-car action out on track. So it's almost like it's boring, but it's not. A lot of nice and excellent driving from these drivers, and I'm pretty sure it's getting harder as well. We are approaching the 30-degree mark during this day, so for the driver, drivers will be a bit difficult to navigate the course and push all the way through.
Yeah, it's a really interesting battle between Heilbronn and Nuremberg. Both cars seem to have a similar level of pace, and the marshals giving each car a chance to pull ahead. It looks like Nuremberg was allowed past in the last passing area and is pulling away a little bit, but let's see if Heilbronn can close that gap.
Yeah, I think this is an effect that we've already seen before here with some of the earlier cars, the drivers from behind sort of picking up on a few cues from the driver ahead, learning how to speed up in certain sections. Could also just be based around the car performance itself, things being slowed down due to temperature problems or other issues.
Car from Heilbronn being given the last lap, or just one more lap for them to complete endurance, and Schweinfurt comes past us once more, and this car really is silent.
Interestingly, the driver of the Schweinfurt car is driving with his visor open, although he does have some sunglasses on. Usually that's not very advisable, because especially if you drive behind another car, pieces of rubber or little stone can be well picked up by the car, and you could get it in your eye. So that's usually not a very well healthy thing to do, driving with your visor open.
Stralsund meanwhile made it out of the driver change back onto the track, car number 321 back in action for the second stint. Nuremberg meanwhile seems to have pulled well clear of Heilbronn, so the car number 60 with the extremely shiny aluminium chassis pulling ahead. As Heilbronn indeed is being shown the final checkered flag. Congratulations guys on completing the endurance. Another car that joined us here on track is, I don't think we mentioned the number 145, US St. Augustine. Another very silent electric car that sort of crept up on us here. as we are sort of seeing another overtaking battle brewing up. Schweinfurt now getting closer and closer to the Lisbon car, and no doubt being able to overtake very soon. I think we are seeing the meatball flag, the black flag with an orange dot, being readied for the Schweinfurt car. But I think the issue that they would have been pulled in for is the unclosed visor of the driver, and it does look like the driver noticed and has resolved that issue.
I mean, the car is so quiet, potentially he heard us talking about it as he was driving around and closed it before he got the meatball flag.
And on top of that, they also were given the opportunity to overtake the Lisbon car, so now they can really push for some speed again.
From Nuremberg being given the last lap board.
And only having one combustion car out there, it's really quiet, Austin. We have a lot more, actually we can hear a lot more from the other cars as well, not being drowned out by the sound of combustion cars. Only one combustion and four electric cars. This is, and it will be like this until I think Esslingen will join the track, but for the final four. That will be a very loud car as well. So, but so far it's nice to see all these cars driving around very smoothly and actually preventing a lot of dangerous situations by themselves. So, so far I'm impressed.
Checkered flag's been ready now for Nuremberg. Car number 60 pulling in for the driver change. Team is already set to go to plug in a new driver for the electric car. I'm not sure if my eyes are deceiving me, but it looks like the Lisbon car is getting slower and slower with every lap. The electrical system clearly struggling. But as long as they manage to cross the finish line, they will be awarded points, of course, regardless of their time. St. Augustine, meanwhile, having to pull into the overtaking lane to let Stralsund by. Stralsund driver celebrating with a slide out of the cone killer chicane.
Sorry, Jonas, just looking at the times from Lisbon, and they're actually remaining pretty consistent. So perhaps the driver just taking a steadier line and being a bit smoother, making it look like he's going slow when he's actually going, well, about the same speed, really. A very distinctive car from St. Augustine, circulating the track now.
Yeah, the mixture of that high-vis yellow, white and blue, definitely very attractive. Still in the driver change area is the car number 60 from Nuremberg. You do see the team members crawling under the car with some wrenches. It looks like they're having to adjust the pedal position for the second driver. As long as they stay within the allotted time window for the driver change, though, that shouldn't be a problem for them. Any time that they go past what is, I think, 2 minutes will be added, 3 minutes, I'm being sure. Is actually going to be added to their endurance time, though. Let's hope this is a rehearsed maneuver for them.
Yeah, it looks like they've finished making those changes. It's a bit interesting to have the pedal box adjustment on the bottom of the car instead of through an access pedal on the top. But I guess it works for the team, so can't really criticize it.
Meanwhile, back out on track, the Stralsund car has been carrying a cone for at least a few corners. Just has been deposited by the side of the track. They're slowly catching up on Lisbon, but I don't think there should be too many more laps left for them.
So we've had some input from the live stream. A member of the Lisbon team saying they've had some instability issues, so they've limited the pace of the car for endurance to ensure it gets the best chance to get to the end. So Jonas, you were definitely onto something when you mentioned the pace earlier.
Meanwhile, Nürnberg made it back out of the driver change area onto the track. Second driver ready for the second stint. Stralsund definitely slowly catching up onto Lisbon, and now indeed Lisbon being shown the blue flag so that Stralsund can overtake. Actually being held for 2 cars, St. Augustine also pulling past Lisbon.
The driver of St. Augustine, Dennis Jenny Gunther, completing his 8th lap. The car's name is Luna.
Meanwhile, we have had another combi car pull up, the car number 878 from TU Hamburg, now being shown the green flag to start their first stint of the endurance.
And actually Lisbon is now in their final lap of the endurance as well.
Yeah, it looks like the driver has been coaxing the car long enough so that they can make it across the finish line here.
Yeah,
Nürnberg.
guys, looking at the Nürnberg is really slowing down. I'm not sure. Yeah, so they lost drive completely. So the driver very wisely pulled into the overtaken lane.
The T-cell has switched to green briefly, but now it looks like the HV system is engaged back again. Some cars being waved by Augustine and Stralsund.
Meanwhile, Lisbon comes around to take the checkered flag for their endurance.
Congratulations, guys, you made it through the endurance.
Avoiding all the drama happening just past them on the track.
Schweinfurt, meanwhile, also having to slow down for the still stopped Nürnberg car. It looks like Nürnberg is being held still or struggling to get going. Most cars on track have been waved by them at least once at this point.
Yeah, normally the driver gets 1 lap, so about 1 minute, maybe a little bit more to try to restart, but after that they will be given the DNF.
Schweinfurt being shown the last lap board before they come in for the pit stop. Looks like the dream is over for Nürnberg this year. Car being pushed off track.
That's a shame, they were just back on track from the driver change. But at least that means that they will be eligible for some efficiency points, having completed the first stint successfully.
You can see the car from St. Augustine following Stralsund very closely behind. I think Stralsund will be shown the blue flag here, and they are. St. Augustine powers past. And Schweinfurt just making their way to the driver change area now. Completed the first half of the endurance event.
Yeah, with a very nice double-handed Jedi trick with the flags of Basti. Looks very nice. practice, that for sure. We saw them practice it earlier, just before the endurance started. He actually had one of the guys from the red shirts shorten 2 of the flags, so he would be able to do this.
A new car joining us on track is now DHPW Mannheim. Again, a very silent electric car. Flying under the LiDAR a little bit here is the combi car from Hamburg, making their way around the track very steadily as well.
Whoa, and the combi car, yeah, going a bit crazy through the Broken Dream section of the track to Hamburg.
This guy that might have taken over on that car.
Car from Mannheim now completing their first lap. St. Augustine being shown the last lap board for the first half of their endurance run, and Stralsund being shown the last lap board for their second half of their endurance run, so just under a lap left for Stralsund.
It actually looks like the Hamburg car is definitely struggling a little bit, especially in slower speed corners here. Definitely looks very squiggly for the driver. Also bottoming out quite severely after the bumps, after the jump. Maneuvering through the final chicane here before the start and finish there without any problems. A little bit of a train forming behind St. Augustine, but as they are going to be waved off the track now for their driver change, I don't think we'll see any more blue flags.
And Stralsund crosses the line to finish endurance here at FSG 2021. Well done to that team.
3, 2, 1, it's done indeed.
It's all gone a bit quiet now.
Yeah, just about Stralsund. Let's not forget that's the very first German team, so the oldest German team, and now finishing the Combustion era. So history is being made for this oldest team in Germany. They've been all over the world. We know that. We know this. Actually, the organizers, the very old ones, actually they were mostly part of this Stralsund team, and they gave birth to FSG. So. It's good to see Stralsund finishing in their very last Combustion car. Well done.
Starting in the electric category again, meanwhile, is Schweinfurt. They have completed the driver change successfully and are now making their way towards the green flag position to start their second stint. With 2 very silent cars out on track, it has fallen eerily quiet here now. Hamburg still struggling a little bit with their cornering.
So car number 97 as it enters the track, and the team has said they've called the car Albatross because of the unexpectedly high weight. The drivers for Schweinfurt are Nicolas Oli, aka Bubele, because he cuts his spaghetti, and Molkner's Alexander, aka Loaster type. He always looks lost in every situation.
And a familiar noise, meanwhile, emanating here on track, car number 62, with the Chewbacca brakes, making their way into the first stint of their endurance.
Nice communication on the dynamics channel. One of the track marshals saying, one of the cars lost a zip tie. Answer from the event control, pick it up.
Meanwhile, car number 101, which is, I believe, Mannheim, significantly slowing down, having to be waved past car number 62.
Yeah, I think they were shown the yellow flags. Schweinfurt now being shown the yellow flags. hopefully 62 can get up and going again.
So, and that was a very quick confirmation of the car number 62, a DNF. Already been given the well, the final word on that. And not sure what happened there, but it was definitely over. And I think the driver just indicated that he won't be able to restart.
Yeah, it looks indeed like the car is switched off entirely. I'm having a hard time trying to see the status of the T-cell from up here. Nevertheless, the car is being pushed off track. St. Augustine, meanwhile, joining us again, having completed the driver change successfully. Back on track for the second stint.
This driver's helmet for St. Augustine actually matches the livery. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm just looking also at the infield here. There are no more cars in the queue, as far as we can tell. Also, I can't see any cars being pushed up to the queue. So I think that means that the morning session, Group A, will be finished when these cars that you see out on track will finish their endurance. So after that, I imagine we will have a small break before continuing with the B group, and after that, the final four.
And Schweinfurt have just crossed the finish line one more time to start another lap. They did make a request which we'll try to honor right now.
Tag, Sir. Hätten Sie Interesse an Schokolade? Schokolade? Sagtest du da eben Schokolade?
Ja, Sir. Mit oder mit ohne Nüsse?
Schokolade! 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 Schokolade!
There you go, Schweinfurt. Now you wanted some chocolate, so there it is. Maybe that's the reason they've made this car so quiet, so we could play the song during their run.
Yeah, let's hope the driver can hear that, so he's cheered on to successfully finish the endurance here. Hamburg, meanwhile, I think has tidied up a little bit. Looks like they're going around track a lot more smoothly than before. And we are seeing decidedly less.
So the car from Mannheim, once again circulating around the track. This car is actually called Eva. It's both an autonomous car and an electric car.
No, it doesn't technically qualify as our combi car for the FSG event here. It's only participating in the driver disciplines here this year.
Yes, of course, a previous competition this year they competed as a driverless car. Of not competing in both events here.
Hamburg, meanwhile, pulling into the overtaking lane on the final straight. Driver coming to a stop, actually.
Yeah, I do see some wobble. I did see some wobble of the car. Not sure whether the driver noticed suspension failure or of some sort, of just had some other issue. But now he is continuing, so whatever it was, he must have solved it.
The car from Mannheim, driven in endurance by Moritz Hassan Hasser and Mad Mark, the Markinator Conti Crusher 3000. That's really catchy. And the car from Mannheim as well. Before FS Austria, they broke both their front uprights, but within 18 hours, they developed replacements, milled them with 2 days, and got them back on the car and the car running.
That's always really impressive to hear. Teams working very quickly to get these cars going, especially as the competition season is upon them.
The team have also asked to give a shout out to Teresa, the smallest official ever with the biggest heart, their alumnus. So shout out to Teresa. I know she's been working really hard in the background all weekend.
Hamburg now fortunately being shown the last lap sign. They are catching up to St. Augustine. maybe they will still be allowed to perform an overtake on their last lap, and it looks like St. Augustine now has to pull over to let them by. Schweinfurt, meanwhile, emanating a very loud cracking noise right in front of us here.
Sorry, Jonas, that was me. I've broken our makeshift seat up in the commentary box. I was looking at the data for Mannheim and got a bit too excited and cracked the styrofoam I was sitting on.
That was some heavy load then, I guess, Austin, or not?
Hamburg, meanwhile, pulling in for a driver change. Let's hope they can fix or at least settle whatever issues they were having on track earlier before.
Yeah, we'll have to remove the scrutineering sticker from the cooler I was sitting on.
All three cars on track, meanwhile, exhibiting significantly lower pace than in their earlier stints. But no matter. Keeping it going is definitely key here today.
Schweinfurt completing lap 23. There's 5 more laps to go for them.
Yeah, and also looking at the Hamburg car in the driver change area, can't see anything very specifically wrong with the car. So also there are 4 scrutineers looking at it. So for every wheel there's a scrutineer here. So I think they're satisfied with the checks that they've done on the car so far. So it's just a matter of just tying in the driver and making sure he's securely fastened.
Course car 878. The car's name is Steve, S-D-E-V-E, for Super Driverless Electric Vehicle Extravagant, named by Finn. The drivers' names for this event are Yannick and somebody who they haven't decided yet.
Meanwhile, the last lap sign being shown for car number 101, which I believe is Mannheim. So they will be pulling into the driver change area to plug in their new driver momentarily.
Car from TU Hamburg once again approaches the green flag. The team on track wanted to give a shout out to the rest of this year's team who couldn't be on site, and to last year's team who developed and built the car but actually never got to see their car compete due to the situation last year.
Well, it's definitely competing now, and it's also really nice to see these sort of combination cars making it around the endurance track.
And Hamburg saying they did some team building during the COVID digital era with pub quiz, which was a lot of fun and good preparation. It brought all the team together.
Mannheim, meanwhile, being pulled into the driver change area with double checkered flags.
Yeah, and Hamburg having the classic issue of arguing over half points for pub quizzes. I mean, didn't we all do that, you know, throughout the COVID quarantine, do a pub quiz and argue about the answers for ages. Hashtag for Hamburg is 1000 Strom. The 1000 Strom origin was because to set the power on the car from 2015, the torque was defined by the flowing current. This was calculated from a numeric value with a conversion factor. The beloved software department wasn't too excited to consider this factor in the code, so when the drivers wanted to know how much torque they had, the answer was just 320 Strom. But that was quite slow and boring, so the drivers screamed, "Just give me 1000 Strom." And that's how the hashtag was born.
Well, Austin, I think we can safely say that all the drivers in every form of motorsport just want more power.
Yeah, definitely. There's never enough power for the driver. I wonder if the AI complains about wanting more power too on this driverless car when it's in autonomous mode.
I think if it doesn't yet, given the pace that we've seen from the driverless cars development here, it will surely complain soon enough.
Yeah, and definitely we've seen in one of the earlier competitions already one of the driverless car beating all the other cars on the acceleration. So I wouldn't be surprised that we see within a couple of years the autonomous car outperforming every other car out on track. So.
Schweinfurt meanwhile was shown the last lap sign. I'm sure that is the end of their second stint nearing for them.
Yes, you're right, Jonas. It's 27 laps completed. Car slowing down just a little bit. They were doing quite consistently 57, 56 second lap. On the last couple of laps it was 61 and 62. So probably a driver is just bringing the car home and collecting a decent amount of points for sure.
Like we've mentioned countless of times, the bringing it home part is especially important here. Finishing the endurance is a huge chunk of points available to the team, and a huge chunk of points to be lost if that's not the case. But the checkered flag now being readied for car number 97. Congratulations, guys, you finished the endurance.
Yeah, well done. Awesome job, Schweinfurt.
Yes.
Möchten Sie Schokolade?
Meanwhile, having completed the driver change successfully, is THBW Mannheim being lined up here on the green flag again, ready to be let out right now to start the second stint of the endurance for them.
And it looks like St. Augustine has completed 26 laps, just about to come over the start-finish line in a short while to begin their 27th lap. So they're closing towards the finish. I'm not jinxing it because I'm pretty sure they are going strong. And let's see, Mannheim is just out, so we only will have 2 cars running.
So I believe all the cars from the first session of endurance are now on track.
And it looks like we won't have any out of order running cars. I do believe one of the 2 cars were running out of order. Not sure whether that will incur a time penalty or not, but so far it looks like we're right on schedule as well. So well done so far by both the teams and the organization.
Yeah, I think overall we've seen very professional conduct so far. So both on track and off track. Thank you very much to everyone.
Yeah, just as looking forward a little bit towards the second session of endurance. The first 5 cars are University of Pisa.
St. Augustine, meanwhile, being shown the checkered flag, also completing the endurance event. Congratulations, guys. Big achievement for you.
Yeah, way to go, St. Augustine. Apologies. They snuck up on us as Hamburg really gets squirrely through the last series of corners. That's been, quite an action area this morning. Sorry, yeah, the first several cars in the second running order are University of Pisa, US Kiel, University of Hanover, OTH Hamburg-Weiden, Coburg, Vienna, Berlin, TU Berlin, sorry, CTU Prague, Padova, US Darmstadt, TU Delft, and you've got Karlsruhe, Australia, Barcelona, Athens, Dresden, Trondheim, University of Stuttgart, Aachen, TU Munich, US Karlsruhe, and ETH Zurich. And then, of course, finally, the final four will involve Valencia, DHBW Stuttgart, US Esslingen, and the University of Stuttgart.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see the Group B, because we know from yesterday that a number of teams actually failed to finish their third and fourth run of the autocross. A couple of very notable teams like Zurich and Munich had some serious failures yesterday. So it will be interesting to see whether they have fixed whatever issue they had and whether they will be able to complete endurance.
Time might heal all wounds, but some wounds on these cars might not be fixable just overnight. So it's definitely going to be an exciting afternoon as well.
Yeah, just let's hope for the best and pray for every team out there, because we all know that they work so hard. They pull all-nighters just to fix their cars and do their utmost to get these cars running again.
Despite the squirreliness of the car, the Hamburg driver still making decent time. Car number 878, a combi car, completing the last few laps here. Closely followed by the HBW Mannheim. Maybe we might still see the last overtake here happening soon in this morning session of the endurance run.
Yeah, looking at the lap times, the Mannheim car just posted their fastest lap with a 55.7, which is over 2 seconds faster than the TU Hamburg car, which did a 57.9. So they're catching them by 2 seconds a lap. So if we sort of extrapolate that, the difference now is about 4 seconds. So within 2 laps, we might see them catching the Hamburg car. Yeah, again another fastest lap time for the Mannheim car. So there's no holding back the second driver just yet. It's certainly not in the bring the car back home mode. But also the TU Hamburg car is picking up the pace, because they did a 56.6. So only 1 second separates them in terms of lap time. So we might not see the overtake happen after all, because the Hamburg car is also speeding up.
It's of course pure speculation as to the reason for this pickup in speed again, whether the drivers have finally familiarized themselves with the track and finagled all the little corners where they can still improve their speed.
Or just a bit of a driver ego, not wanting to be overtaken by the car behind you, and just give it everything you've got and the car has left in the accumulator.
Yeah, maybe it's so quiet out here on track that the drivers can hear us complaining about the speed.
Yeah, and they can actually see each other obviously in some of the turns, because we have quite a number of 180-degree turns. So, for example, now the Hamburg car can see the other car approaching from the corner of his eye. So he probably is just don't want to be overtaken. So let's pick up pace a little bit. So, but still, it's the Mannheim car is relentless in Hamburg, making a couple of mistakes. So it won't be long now.
Yeah, maybe some of his team members are along the side of the dynamic area, motioning for the driver to go faster. I find that's always a very effective technique. Yeah, he's clearly pushing. As you said, Mickey, locked up through the end of the Broken Dream section, and now being given the blue flag for Mannheim to pass by.
Yeah, so there you have it. The Mannheim car ever so increasing the speed all the time. They just did a 54.8 and a 54.9 consecutive lap time. So they clearly had a target in the Hamburg car just in front. And this driver was really pushing hard, which looks really good also out on track. No big mistakes, very smooth driving, very nice lines, no overdriving, no power slides. So it's just fast.
Hamburg, meanwhile, decidedly leaving more space to the Mannheim car. I don't think they will re-engage the battle for another overtake here. Regardless, at this point, it's a matter of bringing the car home safely without too many cones to not incur extra time penalties.
Definitely, and the Hamburg car only has 2 more laps to go. So yeah, they did a 61 second lap, but that was including the overtaking area. So still a very decent lap time for them, but 2 laps to go for the Hamburg car.
The Porsches on the adjacent track, the Porsche Experience Center, making most noise on track at the minute.
Meanwhile, the last lap sign is being readied for Hamburg. 1 more lap to go.
Just half a lap now for Hamburg. So Mannheim crossing the line first. They've now got 4 laps left.
Hamburg did manage to keep the gap to Mannheim pretty consistent over their last lap, now being shown the jump with the checkered flag, completing the endurance. Congratulations, Hamburg.
So Mannheim now, the lone car circulating on track. About 3.5 laps left to go for Mannheim.
So this is actually a prime exposure for the Mannheim car, isn't it? I mean, they're in full view of the live stream. All the cameras are pointed at this car, so the sponsors are very happy to see this car driving around, and they will have a couple of more minutes to show their nice-looking car to the world, because this was their 25th lap. So they only have 3 laps to go, which is well, roughly 3 minutes, a bit more, because they're just about 3 minutes, a bit less than 3 minutes, because they're doing consistently 54-second lap. Actually, they did a 54.6, which is their fastest time so far.
Yeah, so they are essentially just turning this into the fanciest test day of the season. They have the whole track to themselves. They have all the attention of the track marshals. They are keeping a very steady pace, not hitting too many cones either, as far as I can tell.
No, and very, very smooth driving, and also shaving off a couple of tenths almost every lap of their lap time. So I think the car is getting lighter, less electrons, so that probably helps a little bit as well.
Is that how it works, Mickey?
Yes, definitely. Those electrons can be quite heavy, so they're just shedding the electrons and getting the car home. Now only 2 laps left to go.
Each lap approximately 800 meters, so just 1.6 kilometers left now for the car to negotiate.
So just to remind everybody, after this we will have a small break for all the track marshals and organizers to have a small lunch break, and we will continue after that. We don't know exactly what time that will be. It will be communicated probably here on the grandstands as well. And after that we will continue with Group B. It will be very interesting, Austin. to see the fastest cars out there battling it out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like we said, some of the faster cars in Group B had some issues yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see if they fix their issues. And meanwhile, Mannheim get the last lap board shown to them.
And again, the fastest lap time for them, 54.2. So my electrons theory probably holds up. I just got informed by Stig that we will restart the endurance at 11:45. So that will be a short break, about half an hour. So everybody can get a small bite to eat, and then we will swiftly continue with the endurance Group B.
So as Mannheim navigate the last few turns, now's a good time to ask the team, kann sie das? I don't know what that means, but they've asked us to say that, so hopefully it wasn't too rude.
Depending on your pronunciation, the question is, can she do it? And I think, judging by the checkered flag now being shown, she absolutely can. Congratulations, Mannheim. You finished the
Mannheim.
endurance.
Yeah, great job. Awesome. Yeah, let's give you a little bit of wrap up before we get a bite to eat as well. So the fastest time so far, and these are the single lap times, not the total lap times, just to be clear on that. And these are not official lap times as well, but the times that we have here is fastest time was a 52.4 from Rocklar, 53.7 from Mannheim, 54 from Bochum, but unfortunately they didn't finish. Also Schweinfurt 54.2 and Stralsund 54.4. So very close, at least in the fastest lap times. We don't know what the exact total lap time is, but we have it here as well on the other screen. We will update you later on when we get restarted again.
Yeah, of course, all those times are provisional, unofficial numbers, not accounting for any penalty time accumulated from cones that the cars eventually hit. We can't give you any numbers on that just yet, but those will be published later today. And we will see you again in the afternoon, well, 11:45 session B, with some more action out here on track. See you later.
Yeah, see you later. We're going to let the stream go quiet, grab a bite to eat, and we'll be back with you in about 25 minutes.
So, ich sollte aufziehen. Das kam bei mir nicht so an. Keine Anzeige kriege, weil du nichts das Tisch gefilmt hast.
Was sagt denn die Uhr? Erst.
Besser geht nicht irgendwie.
Jetzt wo du an der Musik bist, kommt kein Mambo-Code. Also irgendwie funktioniert da was nicht. Und das nennen wir dann Director's Cut. Der Antes sagt mir tatsächlich immer, wenn ich ihn sehe, dass wir doch mal endlich einen Stream machen sollen, wo er Scheiße labert. So, das wird dann auf Twitch gestreamt. Naja. Thilo macht das in Eigenregie. Da hätte man noch faden können. Ist die 3 eigentlich noch drauf? Schick. Aus, wollen die Kameraleute jetzt mal die Zeit nutzen und essen gehen? Hallo? Ich sehe ja nichts. Brötchenrunde klingt aber gut, mache ich immer. Dann sind jetzt alle Kameras kurz umgebaut. mitbekommen, wann es weitergehen soll? Ich habe mir jetzt gerade einen Official gefragt, der meinte 3/4. Ich habe jetzt aber nicht ganz rausgehört, ob 3/4 in 10 Minuten oder 3/4 in einer Stunde 10 Minuten. Wer ist eigentlich drauf? Wer ist denn jetzt eigentlich gerade drauf? Nee, mein gutes Internet. Also ich. Ja, also ich. Dankeschön. Hier ist gerade so ein Auto schön mit einem Roller lang gefahren und voll über ein Hütchen. Ja, besser spät als nie. Was fährst du? Das Gefühl, das geht erst um 12:45 Uhr weiter.
Hello again, Hockenheim and everybody in the live stream. Sorry, resuming just a little bit later than we'd anticipated. Marshals just making their way back to their marshalling posts around the track. 5 minutes or so before the action resumes this afternoon. I guess it'll be just afternoon local time here in Hockenheim. But yeah, if you're watching at home, this is your 5-minute warning to get something to eat, something to drink, and sit down on your sofa with the YouTube stream on your TV.
Please pick up your car from the park für mich immediately. Thank you.
While we're waiting for the action to resume, Steph, do you want to give us a rundown of the start order for this session and compare that with the cars you see in the queue?
Yeah, sure, Austin. The first car to start the afternoon session, session B as it's called, is the car from Pisa. They are here in front of the queue. Next up Kiel, they're here as well. Then Leibniz Uni Hannover, they're here as well. And the fourth car is Amberg Weiden, which are also neatly on time. So Austin, regarding the afternoon session, of course consisting of the fastest car who drove autocross yesterday, what did we see yesterday?
Yesterday afternoon, I mean, we saw some fast times, but I think notably we saw some of the top teams, or teams who we'd expect to compete for the overall win, have some issues during the autocross runs, several DNFs, and we'll see if they've been able to fix those problems and make it to the start of endurance, and importantly, can they make it to the end of endurance?
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. We had fast cars struggling with with reliability, amongst others Trondheim, TU Fast from Munich, Kit, Zurich and Aachen. So, well, a couple of the fastest cars out there all had issues yesterday during the autocross. That also means that the fastest cars out there are somewhat different cars. So what will happen now is we will run down from the less fast car to the very fastest. That will be Zurich at the end of the regular running order. After that, the officials will flush the circuit, as it's called, so let Zurich finish, clear the track. And then we will have the final four cars who were fastest yesterday, all with a very limited interval joining the track to have a real race going on. And those are Valencia, DHBW Stuttgart, UES Esslingen and the Green Team Stuttgart. 2 electrics, 2 combustion cars.
And of course, after the final four, we will also see any cars running out of order, cars that may have missed their slot in the ordinary running order or are rerunning for any other reason.
Well, I think the cars that would run out of order, Mickey, they will do those before the final four, usually here in Hockenheim, don't they?
Yeah, so if you're talking about the B group, people running out of order, yes, normally yes, because that's actually what it means, is that you miss your time slot and then you are allowed to do so at the end of the Group B. So the Group A has already been allowed to run.
Yeah, so normally for Group B cars running out of order, they will be done before the final four. So the final four will be the last show here in Hockenheim, the final four, the end of the weekend, the end of the week for a lot of people. For us, we're just here for normally a long weekend, but now it's not Sunday. It's a bit strange, isn't it, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, we keep saying weekend, but the weekend's really just started. And
we have some action in the driver change area. Car number 243, Uni Pisa, joining us here at the spot with the green flag. They're just about to be led onto the track as the first car of session B.
Yeah, car from Pisa makes a tentative start the first few corners. I really like the livery on this car. Bunch of orange triangles.
The livery you're speaking of is inspired by Marco Cosa. That's an Italian artist. Apparently he inspired the design of the livery on this car.
And the rear wing also proudly carrying the name of the car, which is Tranquil, which I guess means keep calm. Keep calm and carry on is definitely a good motto, especially for the endurance here, isn't it?
Austin, is the rear wing in the car a bit skewed?
Let me have a look as the car drives past us a little bit closer.
I think that was already the case during the autocross yesterday, actually.
It might be the optics, though, because their exhaust is mounted on the back of the car a bit horizontal. So it might be that is skewed, and not the rear wing, but the exhaust. I think that's it.
Yeah, I think the wing does look pretty horizontal. It is the exhaust, which is hopefully by design slightly skewed. And the driver takes out a cone going through the cone killer chicane. They start their second lap. Meanwhile, another orange and black car from US KO joins the track.
And also we have the Leibniz Uni Hannover car number 20 now approaching the green flag position. Officials are releasing the cars in a quick rate. Usually they keep about one lap between them, not to overcrowd the driver change area later. We saw this morning 6 cars on track, I think, Austin.
Yeah, we've got a slightly smaller track this year than we have on recent years. The track, the actual Formula One portion of the track is being used today by what looks to be the Mercedes driving experience. So we're on the infield circuit, the retro circuit, if you will, dating back to 2011. This morning we saw 6 cars running on the track pretty smoothly, so I think we can expect the officials to release a few more cars as this afternoon session begins at FSG 2021.
Kiel now crossing the line in a 63.3 on their first lap of the day.
Usually you would expect the times to progress a little bit as the drivers get more comfortable with the track as the tires warm up. But we have seen some faster times in the A session before our little break here. So we'll also be keeping a close eye on the times and see them slowly tumble as the afternoon progresses.
The Kiel car, I think one of the few teams who have a female endurance driver. I don't know if she's in the car at the moment, but the driver names are Julia and Moritz. I think we have 2 or 3 teams with endurance drivers that are female, which is a good thing, I think, isn't it, Austin?
Yeah, it's good to see everybody getting involved and having the same opportunities here at Formula Students.
For us it is, of course, impossible to see with the helmet on. Sometimes we wrongly assume that it's a guy in the car.
Meanwhile, OTH Amberg-Weiden, car number 23, makes it out on track. A very tentative start from the driver, getting familiar with the cone killer chicane and moving on down the track.
Yeah, the car from Running Snail Racing has got a few distinct features. First of all, the front wing mounted radiators and the rear wing made of flax fiber, a sustainable composite.
There are a few bumps and scrapes from Kiel as they make their way through the horseshoe and the slingshot onto the final straight.
And Pisa picks up a cone through the cone killer chicane. He literally picked up the cone just with the side of the car, carried it for about 2 turns, and as soon as the car turned right again, it was released. And yeah, I can confirm there's no longer a cone in the Pisa car.
Car number 20 on track, the Leibniz Uni Hanover. First endurance driver is named Lars, 8 centimeters Balters.
I don't think we want to speculate on how he got that nickname.
The driver from Pisa once again rearranging the course as they approach the horseshoe. 2 more cones struck, but the car continues.
Also, the Leibniz Uni Hanover indicates that they want to make a huge shout out and props to the Formula Student spirit. They have had some issues with the power supply.
Oh, hold on a second. The car from Running Snail Racing has stopped just on the back straight.
High voltage system being disengaged there. The driver should have the opportunity at least to start the car again and get going. But at the moment, the overtaking lane needs to be used by the other cars to make it past the Amberg-Weiden car.
Meanwhile, the car from Pisa being shown the blue flag.
Yeah, Kiel was definitely catching up on the Pisa car, picking up quite the pace.
The car from the driver from Running Snail Racing still not able to move the car. It looks like the officials are just going to push the car to the side so the other cars can get through. Yellow flag still being shown.
So to continue on the Leibniz Uni Hanover, they had severe issues with their power supply unit of their charger, and really want to give a shout out to Lions Racing Braunschweig and their alumni Benny and Thies and Beckman, who helped them in fixing their car and being able to show up today. So huge shout out in the spirit of the competition.
Amberg-Weiden, meanwhile, not looking like they will be able to restart. The officials now pushing the car decidedly off track. The driver is still inside the car and the low voltage system is still on, but it's not looking good for Amberg-Weiden right now.
No, this isn't just to get out of the way, push back. This is a go to the car storage area, push back, I fear, for them. We've just received word from the officials. Yeah, it is unfortunately DMF for Running Snail Racing. Still a valiant effort for them.
Now being rolled up to the green flag position here is car number 270 from US Coburg. As both Pisa and Leibniz Hannover make their way past the green flag position, Coburg will be given the go-ahead momentarily. Looks like Pisa is slowing down considerably now, also being shown the blue flag so that car number 20 can overtake.
And the car from Coburg, Cat Racing, takes the green flag.
Meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow.
maybe to reiterate, in the meantime, the track that we've seen here in the autocross event yesterday already is being mostly reused for this endurance event. Now there are no separate entrances and exits, so the loop has been completed. The drivers need to each complete 14 laps of this course in total. 2 drivers for each team need to participate. In between those 2 stints is a driver change with 3 minutes allotted for each team to install a new driver in the car and get going again, so that after the 28 laps being completed, the endurance counts as done for the team.
Cat Racing finishing their first lap in a 60.6. They want to give a huge shout out to RUB Motorsport, Infinity Racing and Fast2 for borrowing their suits. So the 2 drivers in the car, Jonas Ernst and Michael Lawnmower Kexel, otherwise wouldn't have any suits with them. I think normally they have their own suits, but maybe they forgot.
The car from Kiel was carrying 2 cones for about half a lap of the circuit, and they've just popped out as the car entered the Lost Chain portion of the course. Just rename it the Lost Cones.
Coburg, meanwhile, is decidedly catching up to the Pisa car, I believe.
Catching up.
And another car getting closer to the car in front is car number 20. They are slowly catching the Kiel UAS car. It's always good to see overtaking action here. Of course, that's being safely handled by overtaking lanes and blue flags. After all, the endurance is, in theory, a pure time attack event. And now the blue flag being dropped for Pisa so that Coburg can get past them on the final straight here.
Car 53 from Kiel, they filled in the commentator forum as well. The official name of the car is T-Kiel Ace, and that's advice from them to try tequila with Ace juice, and if not, you can go to the Kiel team and try it.
And indeed, looks like the Kiel car is slowing down more and more. The gap to Leibniz growing with each lap again. Just from the looks of it, it is hard to tell what these cars are going through. You would expect that the electric cars are heating up all sorts of components in their drivetrain and might also be conserving battery power to make it over the full 22 kilometers of the endurance course here. Fresh car joining us here on track, Theo Wien, car number 41. They just set off on their first stint as well. I think so far the running order is mostly intact. Next up we would be expecting car number 313 from the TU Berlin.
So far all the cars that are now on track are running in order. So that's a good thing. Meanwhile, Austin, the cat name for the cat racing team, it's called Serval, right? Or Serval?
Yeah, the cat racing car is named Serval, which is a wild cat native to Africa. It's rare in North Africa and the Sahel, but widespread in sub-Saharan countries except rainforest regions. Across its range, it occurs in protected areas, and hunting is either prohibited or regulated in range countries. It is the sole member of the genus Leptellarius. 3 subspecies of the serval are recognized. It's a slender, medium-sized cat that stands 54 to 62 centimeters at the shoulder and weighs 9 to 18 kilograms. It's characterized by a small head, large ears, a golden yellow to buff coat spotted and striped with black, and a short black-tipped tail. The serval actually has the longest legs of any cat relative to its body size.
Sorry to interrupt there, but Leibniz Hanover actually managed to overtake Pisa, who are slowing down considerably compared to the pace that they were exhibiting here earlier.
Any more interesting details on the cat, or was this it, Austin? Austin can't read anymore. He has to get yourself together, man.
Barely keeping it together also is the driver in the Wien car. Definitely sliding sideways here through the cone killer chicane. And Kiel, meanwhile, is also getting close to the now desperately slow Pisa car. I hope they can keep it going as Kiel pulls past them in the overtaking lane. Coburg also approaching from behind, and probably Pisa is being held just a little bit longer in the overtaking lane.
Yeah, as the Serval approaches some of the other cars, it's probably good to mention that Serval is a solitary carnivore and active both day and night. It preys on rodents, particularly rats, small birds, frogs, insects, reptiles, and slower Formula Student cars.
So on track as well, we had this amazing explanation about the Serval cat from Mr. Attenborough here. Vienna is on track as well. Cars named Edge 12, driver names Hannes and Alex, Meister Eder.
Sorry, Steph, Leibniz is just being shown the driver change checkered flag. They're pulling in now to install a new driver in the car.
The Vienna team's goal is to finish all the dynamics, and they organized the Spike Ball tournament during FSA 2021, and 28 teams took part. They want to give a shout out to the winner, Team Tallinn.
Also being shown the driver change flag is the car from Kiel, also pulling into the driver change area.
One last fact about the Serval for now is that the cat can actually jump 2 meters in the
Austin.
air.
We have the Pisa car now taking the entrance of the... They're actually exiting in the lane where cars enter the track.
That's a bit of an unexpected change for the officials here. They were being shown the correct flag, but I think the driver was confused and pulled into the entrance of the exit of the driver change area instead of the entrance. He's now being pushed back. Hopefully the Coburg car is being impeded slightly here with a yellow flag.
I'm actually quite amazed that he could make this turn, because it's quite a sharp turn. I think this morning, Austin, we saw another car also missing the entrance to the driver change area and taking an extra lap, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Fortunately, Pisa's managed to get the car into the proper pit entrance lane.
Theo Wien was unaffected by that little squabble here right in front of us in the commentary area.
That should just be counted as an off-course. It was necessary for the car to go into the right entrance area so that it would clock the timing beam. Otherwise it would mess everything up, I think. We know how sensitive the timekeeping guys are to jumping in front of the beam when you're not supposed to.
Cat racing on their last lap with the fastest time of the day so far, a 52.21. And they are lapping quite consistently.
Now being rolling up to the green flag here is car number 313 from TU Berlin. Once the Wien car makes it past the start-finish line here, I think they will also be left onto the course.
So marshals are now wiggling the rear wing of the Pisa car. It's not as sturdy as they would expect it, so maybe it was skewed after all, Austin. Big metally clunky sound from the TU Berlin car as they enter the track. Did you hear that as well, Jonas?
Unfortunately I didn't, but it does appear that the car is proceeding down the course without any troubles so far. Of course, the signature see-through panels making it possible to confirm that even the endurance drivers are wearing pants today.
So marshals now touching the rear wing of the Pisa car. There is a slight wobble, but for now I think the Pisa team members are allowed to continue with their driver change. They are currently resetting, I think, what is to be the position of the pedals. fiddling at the front of the car.
Maybe to explain briefly why the marshals might be wiggling the wings. The structural integrity of the car is of course important to not have any disasters on track. And the rulebook of Formula Student also stipulates a maximum amount of deflection that those wings are allowed to exhibit with a specified load on them. Meanwhile, car number 20 from Leibniz Uni Hannover making it towards the green flag after their driver change.
You're absolutely right, Jonas, that it is quite important that the wings are attached properly. Especially in the beginning years of the wings, a couple of years ago, we have seen a couple of cars with the big rear wing breaking down. That's quite unsafe, both for the car in question as well as the following car. For now, I understand that the rear wing for the Pisa car is okay, isn't it, Mickey?
Yeah, it's wiggling a little bit, but it's still securely fastened to the car. So the scrutineers allow the car to head out on track, but they will keep an eye on it. If it becomes looser, they will probably give them the Me12 flag.
Meanwhile, the last lap sign is being readied for US Coburg, car number 270. So they will be pulling into the driver change area at the end of this lap.
And with that, now is probably as good a time as ever to let you know that the ears of a serval can rotate up to 180 degrees independently of one another.
Kiel has also successfully completed the driver change, now lining up here at the green flag, waiting to be let onto the track again for the second stint.
Berlin, meanwhile, quickly catching up to Vienna. They're really flying on their first lap. Let's see what their times are. Second lap, the last lap they had was a 54.3. And now they come round in a 52.7. So consistently improving their lap times. And I'm quite sure they will be looking for the fastest time of the day, which is still, again, cat racing.
And just meow, the car from Coburg has taken the flag to go into its driver's change.
Well done by this driver. They set the fastest time of the day in their 11th lap. That was a 51.8. And overall, it's quite a consistent drive. A lot of 52s, one or two 53s to 54, but it's a good drive from the cat racing driver. Now, blue flag for Vienna. As we commented before, Berlin was catching up on them and took them about a lap since our last report, and now they're here overtaking the Vienna car. Do we need to comment on the attire of the driver for the Berlin car, Austin?
Well, yeah, I think Jonas already mentioned that he is wearing trousers. He's also wearing shoes. It's really cool watching the driver be able to operate the car, and they've got a hand clutch that you can see as well when the driver launches. Yeah, it's a concept they've had forever since I can remember, and it is really cool to see the driver as much as you can.
Berlin is aiming for a top 5 position in the overall rankings. Driver name currently in the car probably is Alexander. All other drivers called Stefan.
Meanwhile, the Pisa car has completed the driver change. Car number 243 ready at the green flag position. With a great amount of noise, they make their way back onto the track.
And the car from Pisa has continued, and I can see why the marshals were looking at the rear wing. It's got one of the cross stays, one of the diagonal wires has sort of come undone, but I think the wing is still strong enough. I mean, unless they're trying to do a modern interpretation of the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
So the TU Berlin team asked us to play their song, Guess Who's Back? It's also on their rear wing. So here we go.
Dun, dun, na, 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 dun, dun, na, na, na. I thought that was pretty seamless.
So we got a 10 out of 10 for the sound effects, but that probably was because of the cat. Meow.
Yeah, maybe we'll hear some more of those now that cat racing is just leaving the driver change area for the second half of endurance.
So cat racing now at the green flag position in order to re-enter the track.
Yeah, the Serval is waiting to pounce on its prey. The second half of endurance.
Meanwhile, the blue flag being shown to the Kiel car. Again, Leibniz Hannover having caught up with them and once again passing them.
Last lap for Vienna for their driver change coming up. Whilst Coburg is now re-entering the track. Very nice sounding car.
Aside from the previous prey I mentioned, Servals have been known to eat flamingos when the opportunity arises.
I don't think we've seen the Pink Panther team this year at FSG, have we? That otherwise might have been a problem for them.
I think this is the same team. They were the Pink Panther a few years ago. Every year they name their car after a different cat.
Meanwhile, Kiel catching another blue flag to let Theo Berlin pass just after the Köln-Villa chicane here.
Meanwhile, on the live stream, somebody wants to give a shout out to the TU Delft truck, that they have been hard at work for the whole competition.
Meanwhile, TU Vienna takes the checkered flag for their driver change.
About the TU Delft team, they are queuing up now as well. So in front of the queue we have CTU Prague, after that it's Padova, after that it's UES Darmstadt, and then lining up is Delft now.
Maybe it's worthwhile taking a look at the Berlin car. They just set the fastest time of the day with a 51.57, and they are considerably catching up to the Leibniz Hannover team.
Yeah, yesterday we saw times on the autocross track just sub 50 seconds for a few of the teams. We know they've modified the track a little bit, so I'd expect times to maybe be a little bit quicker on this endurance layout.
Indeed, blue flags now coming out for Leibniz Hannover to let Berlin pass on the final straight.
So 5 laps to go now for the Hanover team. They're currently in the 23rd lap. They will be the first car to finish out of all the cars driving. After that it will be Richard Kiel, who are currently in the 21st lap, and the team from Pisa, who are currently in the 19th lap. Car is stalled in the infield.
That looks like Leibniz Hannover, whose HV system is also disengaged. Kiel now being waved around with yellow flags, having to slow down.
Oh man, I was just commentating on the fact that they would be the first car to finish. Sorry about that, guys from Hanover.
Yeah, it looks very much like they're being pushed behind the wall of doom. Very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it's not confirmed as well to be the dynamics marshalling.
But I think they have made it through their first driver change, right? So that means at least a few consolation points to be expected from the efficiency event.
Classic case of commentators' curse, I guess, Jonas.
Yeah, we've done that a few times this week. So preemptive sorry to everyone we've cursed in this event already. Let's hope we don't do that too many times this weekend.
But every ending is a new beginning, and we could see CTU Prague, car 167, ready to begin their endurance run.
I'm also observing the driver change for the TU Vienna car. The second driver is in, and the red blinking T-Sol light is active, so they will be ready to go in a few moments. Everything will be fine for that.
The driver from Pisa is anything but tranquil as he goes through the cone killer chicane. Meanwhile, Prague does take the green flag. Now got 5 cars on course at the moment.
Well, a 6th will join because Vienna is now at the green flag position as well. Second driver for Cat Racing, approaching the times of the first driver, so they're doing very well. Fastest car on track so far is Theo Berlin in their last lap, and they're coming across the finish line now again. They set the fastest time of the day with a 51.45. On track to you, Vienna. I like that livery as well, Jonas.
Yeah, it's very sleek looking with just a few orange accent stripes. Very smooth, tidy package on the electric side as well.
Serval is now on the prey for the car of Kiel. They will catch them, I think, in half a lap.
To clarify, the Serval is, of course, car number 270 from Coburg.
Well, I think after Austin's interlude, all our viewers will know everything about the Serval Cat. What was it again with the 180 degrees ears?
Yeah, its ears can rotate independently of one another by 180 degrees, which I think is quite impressive. My ears are quite stationary. I don't know about yours.
Also independently rotating are the checkered flags for the driver change of Theo Berlin. They have just pulled in.
Oh no, you didn't. Did you really, Jonas?
Sorry, I had to.
It was a good one.
Meanwhile, arguably the loudest electric car is on track right now. CTO Prague slowly catching up to Theo Vienna. Hopefully being shown the blue flag in a second.
Yeah, they could have got it a bit earlier in my opinion, but still they get it right now, so they're not held up too much.
I think Prague will also soon encounter the definitively slowing car from the Uni Pisa. You can actually see dangling off of the rear wing one of the strapping wires.
So far the rear wing is holding on though, so that is good for them.
Prague collecting a number of cones here in the horseshoe. This is the area where I've seen many teams struggle also in the autocross event yesterday. The combination of inclination and camber change in this corner is proving tricky for a lot of the cars.
As the car from Coburg Racing crosses the start-finish line once more, I can tell you that the top speed of a Serval is 80 kilometers per hour. That's quite quick for a Cat.
If I had to hazard a guess, that the Coburg car in certain areas of the track decidedly faster than that.
They do get a lot of airtime each year from us, don't they, Austin, with all the Cat Wikipedia pages.
Yeah, it's almost like they're onto something with coming out with a catchy mascot.
Pisa crossing the line. They are now in their 25th lap. Kiel in their 26th lap.
Kiel considerably slowing down on the approach towards the horseshoe. I think you've done it again, Steph. Commentators curse as the driver is pulling off track haphazardly. Officials tending to the car. I hope yellow flags are going to be waved, since the car isn't entirely off track just yet. Pisa having to slow down, and all the other cars, Prague and Wien, probably. No, Kiel has gotten going again. Good news.
I am happy with that. I thought I almost did it again, James.
Coming back onto the track in a second is Theo Berlin, having completed the driver change successfully.
Yes, who's back?
Can you confirm the wardrobe choice of the second driver, Jonas, please?
Yes, even though it's hard to see in the black car, the driver is wearing black shoes and black pants.
With a top speed of 80 kilometers an hour, the Cat Racing team now overtakes the Vienna car. Actually, I think that might be about how fast they go at the end of the straight here.
Yeah, it's probably not far off, I'd imagine.
I think it might be a bit faster than that. I think they'll be approaching the 100 kilometer an hour mark.
It would have been nice to arrange a head-to-head race between the car and the cat itself.
Well, a head-to-head race is not bad, but I also don't dislike the on-track action that we're seeing here. We have 6 cars on track at the same time. Kiel now being shown the blue flag so that Prague can overtake them here on the final straight.
And we're about to have 7 cars on the track, I think. You can see car 285 getting ready to take the green flag.
That's Padova being readied here.
I think they might wait out for the last lap of Kiel, so they will, if they make it this lap, they will finish the race and make room for Padova.
Despite having dropped in pace slightly, Kiel has been very cautiously trying to finish the endurance with, which of course is the key point here.
So Padova is released onto the circuit, technically at least for half a lap. We've had 7 cars on the track.
So come on, Kiel, we're now halfway from home.
The suspense is killing me.
All right, now through the horseshoe turn, into the slingshot.
Pisa being shown the last lap sign too.
Yes, indeed, they will be next to finish, but let's first take a look at the Kiel car. They did stall in the previous lap, but now surely they will make it. Congratulations on completing the endurance. Car number 53 from Kiel.
Congratulations guys, Basti with a very nice finishing flag jump. Signature moves here.
Last lap for Pisa. Also approaching the end of the endurance is Coburg, currently on the 27th lap.
Basti is actually training for the Paris Olympics in 2024 in gymnastics with his flag routine.
Pisa now into the slingshot, followed by cat racing. They will get the last lap sign, so it will be quite busy for Basti here. First off, Pisa through the final chicane, a bit cautiously, and completing the endurance, car number 243 from Uni Pisa. Bravi, bravi.
And Coburg gets the last lap board.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow.
Meanwhile, a new car is making its way towards the green flag. UAS Darmstadt, car number 242, awaiting clearance to join the endurance fun here.
Close your ears, this can be a loud one. So, Padova now on their first lap. On their last lap, car number 270 from Cat Racing. Surely they will make it now.
Careful what you say, Steph. You've put the commentator scores on a few cars today already.
But now they are okay through the final chicane. Getting the checkered flag, UES Coburg, car number 270. Congratulations.
Very well done from Coburg. Joining us now is the UES Darmstadt. We've had them in the competition yesterday on the autocross for the loudest combustion car. Didn't seem that loud now. Maybe they managed to fix something in the meantime.
So the fastest car of the day being now the Berlin car. The second driver is a bit more cautious though. He's about 2 to 3 seconds off the pace of the first driver. But catching up and still a couple of laps to go to learn the track. Now, Padova, what do we have to say about the times of Berlin? Last lap, a 55 flat. Also first lap now here for UES Darmstadt. Let's see what they can do. It's 53.0, which is the fastest first lap of any car. So they might be able to beat the time from Berlin. The Delft car now in front of the queue. The high voltage system is not active yet, so I think they will have to wait out a bit to join the track.
The driver from Padova is really pushing. They're completely sideways through the horseshoe and the slingshot.
It's faster though, it's a 54.5, improving their fastest time so far with half a second. Now I'm eager to see the time from Darmstadt. It's a 51.7, approaching the fastest time of the day, which was a 51.4.
Berlin pushing hard behind Prague though. Maybe they will be able to catch another blue flag for Prague here, so that Berlin can try and keep the fastest time of the day in the combustion cars yet.
Driver names of the Prague car are Josef Koenig-Hitter and Jakob Koenig-Hitter. So far, it's quite clean, isn't it, Austin?
Yeah, as you say this, it's looking like the car from Tia Vienna is slowing down a little bit.
Well, they are on their 25th lap, so probably they are conserving a bit of energy. They are nearing the end of the endurance for them.
Darmstadt definitely pushing hard as well, trying to beat the Berlin time. You can see them completely sideways through the current killer chicane again.
I think Padova are going to be stuck behind Vienna now for quite a large portion of this lap. They just missed out on the last passing place. They're just a bit too far away.
Well, they are sort of rubber banding backwards and forwards in terms of gap, but Vienna now desperately slowing down. I think this is the blue flag for Vienna. Indeed, yes.
They missed out on it, but Darmstadt in their previous lap improving the best time of the day with 1/10 of a second to 51.35. Definitely that Vienna car is a bit conserving energy, don't you think, Jonas?
It might be conserving energy, it might also just be running on very hot motors. The electric cars do like to derate their maximum power output themselves, depending on the temperatures of the motors or the motor controllers. Could also be based on energy consumption, absolutely.
Yeah, today is by far the hottest day we've had at Formula Student Germany this year. I think it's meant to reach around 28 to 30 degrees C this afternoon.
Prague, meanwhile, being shown the last lap sign. They will be coming in shortly for their driver change.
Did you see that, Austin?
Yeah, Padova hit a cone and shot it right at the front of the car, just behind it.
It was like Mario Kart with bananas.
And yeah, that it spat out the back of Darmstadt quite quickly. But another instance of the Mario Kart cone in the way.
Meanwhile, waiting here at the green flag position, we have car number 85 from the TU Delft, waiting for the clearance to get onto the endurance track.
Which they now get, so they are on track, car number 85. TU Berlin crossing the line. They are now starting their 24th lap of the day. In their 27th lap is TU Vienna. City of Prague. Across the checkered flag for that driver change. Lining up at the front of the queue, we have now KIT Racing, car number 21 from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology.
Darmstadt, meanwhile, being overtaken by Padova. Definitely a close fight between the two combustion cars. We have seen an effect here today before where cars that were just overtaken learned some tricks and tried to catch up again. Let's see if they can fight back. Delft, meanwhile, catching up to the Vienna car, who has been slowing continuously throughout this stint. Let's hope we can get some blue flags for Delft there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Darmstadt had an issue because I think they had the quickest time of the day, and now they were given the blue flag so Padova could get past, but they're just staying right in the back of them.
About that, they did slow down considerably, almost stalled. That's also why we saw so much on track running towards them, but they're fine now, but they are slowing down considerably. First lap of Delft was a 55.9, which is the second fastest first lap of the day.
They have now completely caught up to Vienna and will surely be given the blue flag so they can overtake on the final straight here.
Normally, when cars are about to finish, they don't get the blue flag, but Vienna does. They are, however, about to finish, if my information is correct. So a double overtake just before the checkered flag, which they get now, completing the endurance, car number 51.
Well done, Vienna. Congratulations on finishing the endurance. Good job.
Delft car is being caught up now by the Berlin car. Or is it just the optics?
I think that's just the really slow section around the lost chain chicane.
I think the Berlin car has to be a bit closer though, otherwise they will not get the blue flag. Let's see if they can catch up.
Yeah, there's a massive pace differential between the two cars. It looks to me like Delft obviously powers out of the corners with the electric motors, and Berlin catches up a little bit in the corners. But about equal, I'd say.
Car name from the TU Delft car is named Veerle. As per tradition, named after the girlfriend of the team manager. If the team manager doesn't have a girlfriend, it's called after their mother, right?
Yeah, we've also had some shenanigans there with second names of mothers of various members of the management team. So far, Delft manages to stave off the dreaded blue flag. TU Berlin not managing to catch up just quite.
The Delft team has had quite a rough year, as they indicate. They have to move their workshop more than 3 times in a year, so university support is lacking there a bit, but they have done very well to realize this car. I'm quite proud of themselves with the achievement of driving this fast.
The driver from TU Berlin being shown the last lap board.
And being shown the green flag is the driver from car number 21, the electric kit car here, making the first corners on track.
Last lap from Delft was a 51.7, approaching the fastest time of the day set by UAS Darmstadt, which was a 51.3.
And if I remember correctly, that's about the same pace that they've had in the autocross yesterday, isn't it?
Catching a cone now, and another one. So Padova, where are they? They're now starting their 13th lap, lapping quite consistently around the 54-55 second mark.
TU Berlin through the final few corners of the course, and they cross the line to finish endurance. Well done to TU Berlin, Fast Tube Racing.
And they also finished in the fastest overall time of the day, about 17 seconds faster than number 2, so well done.
Cars will have completed their first lap. It'll be interesting to see how reliable that car is. They had some issues during the autocross yesterday.
City of Prague now completing that driver change, so all is good for them, and they will be rejoining the track shortly.
Yeah, about the Karlsruhe car, I can definitely say that the car looks similarly darty as it did yesterday during the autocross. Very snappy direction changes, but sometimes it seems to be catching the driver out a little bit unexpectedly.
Driver names for Karlsruhe are Timo and Fredward. Their goal is top 3 rasieren. That has nothing to do with Formula Student, I guess. The car name is Moped, because every time the car drives it, we call it as Mopediert. Oh, it is snappy, that car, isn't it? That yaw rate is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's quite severe. You can see the driver's head just moving around every time the car goes around the corner.
Prague, meanwhile, have rejoined the track as well for their second stint. Definitely the loudest electric car this year here at FSG.
Karlsruhe has a hashtag Klapt, and that has to do with their design goal of 170 kilograms, whereas their car weighs in with 202 kilograms, or something.
Padova now being shown the double checkered flag, meaning that they are now pulling into the driver change.
And TU Delft with a massive slide across the start-finish line, and they've taken out 4 cones actually.
I think there was even a bit of a bowling pin effect going on there, one cone being knocked over by another cone.
Yeah, that was a bit of a Code Brown moment for the timekeeping guys, I think.
Let's go bowling, dude. So UES Darmstadt showing the last lap sign for their pit stop.
The Delft car again going sideways, and it does appear like there is something wrong at the rear right.
Suspension doesn't look right.
Bits
Is
and
it
pieces
flat
falling
tire?
off
The
and out.
tire's coming off the rim.
Yeah, that
The
should
right
be
rear
yellow
tire for
flag
Delft
or
is
red
coming
flag
off the
for
rim.
We saw bits and pieces flying off as well. I don't know if it was rubber or carbon fiber.
The meatball flag being readied now for the Delft car. There is not just the cone being stuck on the car, but they having to pull into the driver change for an inspection.
Checkered flag for Prague coming in for the pit stop. No, it is for Darmstadt. Sorry about that.
It does look like the Delft car is stuck here in the driver change with a flat tire. That's it, the officials showing the dreaded cancellation sign.
And Darmstadt in for their driver change.
I hope there is not any debris on track between just before the horseshoe coming off the Delft car.
Yeah, the Delft car does have some carbon fiber wheels, doesn't it, Steph?
Yeah, only the shells. So the centers are made of aluminum, and the shells are indeed carbon fiber as far as I know.
Well, it's
Suddenly it got quiet, didn't it?
yeah, quite a lot happened in that past 2 minutes, and now we've got 2 cars on track, just both right in front of another, Prague and Karlsruhe. I think Karlsruhe is slightly quicker. Their car, as we've said, is just, the yaw rate is ridiculous on that car.
A quick update down here from the driver change area. The rim on the Delft car is definitely cracked so far that the car won't be able to continue. So this is unfortunately it for car number 85.
I have to say, Jonas, this is a failure we haven't seen a lot in the past years, have we?
Well, at least we haven't seen this kind of failure on the endurance track. I regret to inform you that this is a relatively common failure within the Delft team.
Just want to say that the driver from Prague has picked up the pace and is really keeping the car from Karlsruhe at bay. The gap has stayed pretty much the same, although they are being given the blue flag now. So we'll see how much Karlsruhe can pull away, if they can at all.
Snuck up on us during all the action in the pit stop area is a new car on track. That has a nice livery as well, doesn't it, Austin? Car E35.
Yeah, it does. It does look really nice. And Padova also back on track after their driver change.
Of course, being Team Wop Racing, Wolfenbüttel UES Australia. At the start of this year, they were 48th on the world ranking. Their peak position was a 6th place in the history of their team.
And I will say that Prague is keeping up with Karlsruhe. I mean, I'd say the cars are probably quite equally paced at the moment.
I have to say that the Prague car does look a bit better planted than the Kit car. I do like that monocoque in the Kit car. It's quite, reminds me a bit of the old ETS and RMIT monocoques of past.
Yeah, it's sort of like quite narrow and tall.
Of course, this year, unfortunately, he can't be here. Our favorite team member and driver from the Israeli team.
Yeah, the legendary Tal Lipschitz finished competing in Formula Student Germany in 2019. But if you are listening, or if anybody from the team is listening, hello, Tal. Hope you've been well and everything is doing good by you.
Okay, so Karlsruhe coming round in a 52.2. Team Wolfenbüttel, they are quite fast as well. In their second lap already managing to a 52.5. Now, Austin, I don't think we have given the Padova team enough attention. They sort of snuck up on us, but they also already completed that driver change. Now in the third lap after the pit stop.
Also completing the driver change is UES Darmstadt. They're now standing at the ready here at the green flag position.
Yeah, I think the the issue with Padova is that the drivers have both just been going consistently fast. Nothing too crazy, just circulating and not causing any drama, so we tend not to talk about them as much, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Meanwhile, US Darmstadt back on track after their pit stop. 14 laps to go of the endurance for them.
Last year, Padova, in the endurance race here in Germany, or 2 years ago, last time, they came in third. And also in Italy in 2019, they came also at third, with overall positions fourth here in Germany and second in Italy. So we need to see what they can do this year here in Germany. Car number 35. So the finish line now with a 51.5. They're very close to the fastest time of the day set by US Darmstadt.
The driver from Prague is really pushing. You can see the inside front wheel lift as they brake for the corner just before the start-finish line.
Giving a quick update here on the queue. We have car number 54 from UPC Barcelona, Dresden car number 59, Trondheim car number 63, Uni Stuttgart Rennteam, car number I can't see unfortunately, and car number 25 from InTU Athens joining us here in a little bit.
And about that, the Athens car might be one of our commentator favorites, isn't it, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's the first electric car that they've ever made. It looks really good.
And it's quite fast as well. They just missed the top four, but they were doing super on the autocross yesterday. I also talked to one of the scrutineers yesterday who were quite amazed by the quality of engineering in that car for a first-year electric. They were quite happy with that car from a scrutineering point of view as well.
Meanwhile, I would like to comment on the fact that there isn't much to comment on besides the fact that all cars are just making their way around the track at a very brisk pace. That is, of course, just as I say that, the commentator's curse strikes again. Car number 21 from Karlsruhe having to pull off track. The HV system is still active, but yellow flags being waved, Prague having to slow down. The Karlsruhe driver in communication with the marshals. Let's hope we can get the car going again. More cars having to slow down. Padova. And it looks like the HV system is now switched off, and Karlsruhe, confirmation coming in now from the officials, is not going to be finishing the endurance today either. That's a big bummer for the team as well. I think they've also had issues in the autocross yesterday, so that's part of the attrition that we were expecting for the session B here this afternoon for the endurance. And it looks like a more serious failure on the Karlsruhe car than expected. The wheelie boards are coming out. They're having to completely lift up the car to move it off track here.
I was going to say it did look a bit skewed sideways, but I wasn't sure, so maybe a rear suspension issue for Karlsruhe. Meanwhile, Darmstadt once again crosses the start-finish line.
Meanwhile, the UPC Barcelona car being readied here at the green flag position. Car number 54, ready to start their first endurance stint.
Supermax, of course, the driver for US Darmstadt.
And I think that's also reflected in the times that they've been turning here today. Darmstadt currently still holding the fastest time of the day with a 51.36.
And Steph, we can see looking at the live chat that a certain person is watching the stream.
You are right. So good that you're watching again. Hope you can be here next year. Checkered flag for Prague.
Congratulations, guys. That looks like a successful run. Car number 167 finishing the endurance successfully.
Now Padova in their 24th lap. While crossing the line now, they have 3 laps to go. On track as well as Barcelona now. Now coming through the horseshoe into the slingshot. Up on the final straight. Let's see how to negotiate the chicane. Yes, here we are, a 54.68.
If I may, I might also comment on the flamboyant driving style by the driver from Australia. Car number 35, taking quite a few of the chicane corners here with a lot of sideways motion on the car. Not necessarily what we want to see for the fastest times possible, but it certainly looks cool.
Going for the style points instead of the event points, I think.
Athens now on track, car number 25 starting their first endurance stint. We have seen a pretty fast time from the Athens car indeed yesterday in the autocross event. So the expectations are high. Let's see if they can keep the same pace during the endurance.
The car is quite low to the ground, isn't it, Austin, the Athens car?
Yeah, it looks like the Athens car is definitely scraping the edges of the allowed ground clearance of 30 millimeters here.
The car does look very planted, like it's on rails. But are they fast as well?
Last lap sign now being shown to US Australia here. I think they'll be coming in for their driver change in less than a lap now.
Indeed they are. First lap for Athens, the 58.2. So Supermax there overtaking Barcelona. Barcelona now lapping with a 58.3. They were held up a little bit. Approaching the starting position now is Theo Dresden. I'm curious to see what they can do for the fastest time of the day.
Dresden, of course, was a very strong contender for the acceleration event.
Last lap for Padova.
Double wave checkers here for US Australia coming in for the driver change. And Dresden sets off right afterwards.
So an action-packed afternoon. Well, we can see he has a nice helmet, by the way, the Greek driver from the Athens team.
Yeah, very easy to spot. Bright yellow and gold. There are quite a few nice helmets around the track. The green one. Oh, for Barcelona is a bit plain, but we'll forgive them on that. It sort of lines up with the white stripe in the car's livery. Driver from Padua now takes the checkered flag and finishes endurance, also with a very snazzy helmet. Well done to Padua.
So congratulations to Race Up.
And Diamo.
You have, I think, the third best Italian.
Yeah, I don't speak any Italian.
Well, there you go then. Dres, meanwhile, completing their first few laps.
Oh, and Darmstadt, I think, with a big backfire.
So far, they are still holding the fastest time of the day. On their 27th lap now.
Barcelona is looking good as well.
As is Dresden, a very distinct car, and the white-walled tires, a staple of that team.
Dresden about the same pace on their first lap as the Delft team. Not as fast though as the Darmstadt car, who still hold the fastest first lap of the day with a 53.
And it looks to me like Darmstadt have stalled. The driver restarts the car as they take the last lap, or this is going to be a tense final 800 meters for US Darmstadt. Car going once again.
It was stalling here at the end of the track, right? Close
yeah,
to the finish line.
it stalled just on the back straight before the final few turns, and the driver refired it as it passed the finish line.
I noticed that the lap before they almost stalled as well.
It sounds like he's stalling again. Maybe it's a fuel issue, running out of fuel. I don't know, just speculating, but car seems to go fine at times and then slow down quite severely.
Good news for Wolfenbüttel, they are back on track after that pit stop. But let's observe Darmstadt here. Holders of the fastest lap of the day. Can they make it through the horseshoe? Yes, they can. Now the jump.
Not anymore. Fastest lap of the day. Athens actually snagging that with a 50.67 blistering pace from the newcomer here in the electric field.
Completing their endurance. Car number 242. Boy, that was a bit close, wasn't it?
Way to go, Supermax. That's why they call him Supermax. He managed to nurse that car home. I wasn't sure if they'd make it. We've now got a bit of a train forming.
Behind the Wolfenbüttel car.
Yeah, we've got Dresden and Athens in hot pursuit.
This will be a double takeover, and I'm eager to see what happens then, because I think the Dresden car might be a little bit faster than the Athens car, but maybe once they have a marker, they can follow it. Let's see what happens, whether Athens can manage to follow Dresden. That should be interesting. I don't think they can. I think Dresden accelerates way faster on the straights.
Once again, there are no combustion cars on the circuit, so it's gone a bit quiet.
Or it's the Athens car that goes a little bit slower now. No, I don't think so. I think they're okay. So, the combustion car from Ingolstadt, they left us. It's electrics only. Meanwhile, Trondheim, they were in the front of the queue. I don't think they were able to start their car because they're now being pushed to the side. And the Uni Stuttgart, the Renting Stuttgart combustion car, is now at the front of the queue. So I think there are some issues for Trondheim.
Some discussions from the Trondheim team members here with the track officials. But having to drop out of the queue is never a good thing.
No, I just heard, Mickey, you had some communications in the Dynamics channel, didn't you?
Yeah, we have access to the Dynamics channel, and it looks like the Trondheim car has some overheating issues, so they choose to let the Stuttgart car pass, and that means that they will be running out of oil. But they can get the car running, and we'll see them out there.
Also joining us in the queue here is car number 99 from RWTH Aachen and car number 31 from TU Munich.
I told you we wouldn't
I have to say, in the beginning it looked like the Athens car was not able to follow Dresden, but the gap that they now have seems to be more or less the same as last lap around. So they are actually matching the pace, I guess, Austin.
Yeah, it's stabilized. There's certainly not a lot of difference between the pace of the two cars at this moment.
Athens, of course, the current holders of the fastest time of the day, 50.67. They have slowed down in the consecutive laps after that, but are now catching up to those fast times again.
And how do their times match up to the Dresden times, Jonas?
Dresden, at the very least, has a very consistent or a more consistent manner of navigating the track, but their fastest lap so far was a 50.9. So they are just behind Athens in terms of pace.
Because Athens are catching up to them again. They are closing the gap a little bit.
Filling a gap meanwhile, joining on track is car number 229, Ronny Stuttgart from Renteam. Lovely noises emanating from that car as always.
Normally this is when we say Renteam and the North Curve says Stuttgart, but unfortunately this year no fans due to the pandemic, but hopefully we can be back to the normal routines next year as soon as possible.
Maybe the Stuttgart team fans can cheer the team by typing Stuttgart in the chat. Let's see how many followers they have.
Preferably all caps, if possible.
As loud as possible, yes.
The car from Renteam Stuttgart does sound really good.
As usual, I might add. Kept my mic open for that one. Jonas.
Yes, Trondheim has managed to cure their overheating problems very quickly. They're now waiting here at the green flag position, car number 63, about to go.
Well, I don't think we need the commentary form to see to which team Renteam Stuttgart wants to do a shout out. They have a huge sticker of TU Graz on the back of their rear wing.
So, Steph, it looks like Athens are now actually starting to gain back the time they lost to Dresden.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. I think they are closing the gap, aren't they?
Athens actually managed to set a new fastest time for the day, a sub 50 second time, 49.9 this time. So they must be catching them somehow.
If you would have told me 2 years ago that a first-year electric team would be able to match up with Dresden, I wouldn't have believed you.
No, this is absolutely phenomenal to see from a newcomer, first-year electric car.
Trondheim enters the course and immediately goes off course, rejoins. As Barcelona comes in for their driver change. Speculating on a few things, that potentially Dresden and Athens are slightly different energy management strategies, which is why we're seeing the ebb and flow between the two cars. And also maybe speculating about Trondheim. They've got a black car, sat still in the hot sun, maybe something overheated just in the queue that they can cool down with the car actually moving with some airflow going over it.
The car does look pretty planted, so hopefully we can see some fast times from them, as the airflow over the car can also cool things down for them.
So the Renteam Stuttgart, they have been at the peak of the world ranking for years and years. I'm looking to the graph now of the last 10 years. They rarely have dropped out the top 10, let alone the top 20. But last season was a bit less for them. They didn't finish the endurance in 3 events, Spain, FSG and Austria, so that really hurt them on their world ranking. Let's hope they can reclaim their position at the top of the list where they should be.
And Athens being shown the last lap board now.
Dresden so far unable to match the best time of the day from Athens. No overtaking danger as of yet, and I don't think with the driver change from Athens coming up there is any danger of blue flags for Dresden.
Austin, when we were in the pits, we were talking to the Trondheim team members. They explained us the name of the car. It was something like Dabit. It was because of the wing constantly bottoming out, right?
Yeah, they said they always say that.
But it's not that bad, is it?
Not so far anyways, although...
Well, it is slowing now. Just in the lost chain chicane part of the track. The car is still stuck. No, it's got going again. No danger of having to slow down for, I believe, Dresden there.
I didn't catch whether that was a mechanical issue or it was a loss of control by the driver.
I don't think the HV system ever shut off, so happy that it got going again.
Trondheim wants to give a shout out to KA Racing, which helped them out with them by the race track. I think that's suit maybe, and HV gloves, or probably just a test track.
Athens also made it into the driver change now.
Trondheim's goal was to pass the brake test. They managed that. We also had a lot of fun at brake test FS East with the green team and Alpha race.
Yeah, I guess if you set your expectations low, you won't be disappointed.
Probably this is a hint that they had some difficulties in previous events with managing the brake test. But here they are. They did quite well. I think they did very well on skid pad as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they've been very competitive throughout. I think they actually won the skid pad event for the electric cars. Now got Ren Team Stuttgart approaching a slower car.
Yeah, US Australia having to pull over for the much faster Ren team there.
Wolfenbüttel is now on their 24th lap. Now Athens and Barcelona at the pit stop.
And looks like Dresden will be joining them at the pit stop as well. A very busy pit lane at the moment. We've just reached the tricky part of the day where we've got to keep commentating whilst eating ice cream. Requires great dexterity and skill.
Working hard up here in the commentary stand as always.
You're actually the only one of us three who took the chocolate, Austin.
Yes, I love chocolate.
Mit oder ohne Nüsse?
Mit Nüsse.
Trondheim, we were catching up very closely to the US Australia, who are being shown the black flag at the same point as last lap, so that car number 63 can make their way past them.
I don't think Austin knows what mit oder ohne Nüsse means.
I'm guessing it must mean with almonds.
Well, nuts in general, but yes. German's getting better every year, isn't it?
I like to think so anyways. I get by.
Athens now completing their pit stop and they are back on track, while Barcelona is still in there. They are now working with the driver gear, so I think they will come back as well. Is it me or is Ren Team starting to sound a little bit louder?
They might be picking up the volume here, but they are also picking up the pace as far as I can see. No, actually, they have been slowing down from their fastest time of 52.44 so far. Slowing down by 1 or 2 seconds in the consecutive laps after that.
I was going to compliment you, Jonas, on your exceptionally smooth transition.
Also exceptionally smooth was the first lap of the second driver for Athens. It's a 55.9, which is about 2.5 seconds faster than the first lap of the first driver. Taking a look at the queue, they have to wait a little bit though, because we have still 2 cars in driver change, which is going to be 1 because Barcelona is coming back on track. Queue now consists of Aachen, München, too fast, Julius Karlsruhe, Zurich, and the HBW Stuttgart. And all of them are, yes, running in order, so that's good. Although, the HBW Stuttgart, of course, yes, they are in the final 5, so they have to wait a little bit longer then.
I think we have a bit of an overtaking battle looming as well between Trondheim and Ren Team. As Trondheim hits a cone that was flicked onto the track by Ren Team. Bit of a Mario Kart banana move there.
It's already the second time we saw that today.
And something doesn't look right with the Trondheim car. It's rapidly slowing just as it goes past us. Coming to a crawl just in front of the few fans that we have on circuit here. This does not look like good news for them. Although the car is rolling again, the driver
It is the second time they slowed down.
picked up speed again.
I think as the Trondheim car was chasing Rentim, they did just push a little bit too hard, potentially overheating something on the car.
At the beginning of the afternoon sessions, we did comment on reliability issues of some of these cars. Yesterday, Autocross, amongst them was Trondheim, so I really hope that they can keep it together and manage to complete the endurance.
Dresden, meanwhile, making their way past the green flag from the driver change again, back for their second stint.
And from chasing Stuttgart to getting a blue flag, so Australia can pass. Trondheim's race has really slowed down this past lap. And
Athens, meanwhile, having a big moment at the final chicane here before the start-finish line.
And car 35 from Australia has completed endurance. Trondheim still stuck in the overtaking area.
The car absolutely crawling. Rentim also being flagged to overtake now.
They go past us again, but something's definitely not right with that car.
Let's look at the first lap for the second driver for Dresden. First lap of the first driver was a 55.4. First lap of the second driver, a 54.8.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Trondheim is in some sort of limp home mode.
Yeah, they're definitely not as fast on the straight line as they can be. And they're quickly caught up now by Dresden as well. They will be held up, I guess. I think they will catch them before the next overtaking line.
Barcelona now being shown the blue flag so that Rentim can blast past them.
Wow, yeah, that engine sounds good, doesn't it, Austin?
Yeah, it's arguably the best sounding engine out here.
It is also the only combustion engine on track at the moment. There we go, Trondheim, blue flags now, Dresden can whiz by. And this is hard on the Trondheim car, they have to slow down, and indeed...
They've come to a stop in the overtaking lane.
I was about to comment that this is difficult for these cars. They have to slow down almost to a full stop and then pick up pace again. We see cars, especially the electric, struggling with that.
And Athens coming up behind Trondheim now. I hope that Trondheim can be waved into the overtaking lane so that Athens doesn't have to slow down too much.
I don't think they haven't got the blue flag. Finish flag now already for the Rentim Stuttgart for that pit stop. Now the Athens car is now stuck a little bit behind Trondheim. However, they will certainly get the blue flag in the next overtaking line. So now the overtaking takes place for Athens, who are in a great run. They are now in their 22nd lap as they cross the line with a 54.41.
Trondheim, on the other hand, just completed their 11th lap, so they need 3 more laps just to get to the driver change. It's going to be a long rest of the afternoon for Trondheim, I fear.
Also coming to, well, almost a stop in the overtaking lane is Barcelona. Does look like the HV system is deactivated. Driver in communication with the track marshals here.
And just to say, it looks like Trondheim have somehow picked up the pace because they're now keeping up with the Athens car, which was let by them sort of over a lap ago.
let's see whether Athens slowed down or Trondheim sped up. Athens is faster actually, so it's not Athens, it's Trondheim.
What about, yeah, that's good news for them. And Barcelona's got going again.
Barcelona now on their 19th lap.
Especially for all the cars that are slowing or coming to a stop here, it's especially good to see that they get going again. Finishing the endurance is paramount beyond handing in the fastest times. Just making it across the line is a feat in and of itself.
I have to say I'm quite amazed at the Trondheim team because they lapped around in a 54 while the previous lap was a 77, so they found some pace or some cooling.
And Trondheim, of course, also still the current holders of the fastest lap time of the day with a 49.797, because barring any cone penalties.
Jonas, could it be that because the Trondheim car is now driving around that they actually get their cooling working?
It could be, but then again we've also seen them speeding up and slowing down consistently, so it's definitely a bit of a mystery to me.
Maybe there's a bit of a balance if they can't push the car completely to its limit, but they need to achieve a reasonable speed. So just trying to find the right balance to nurse the car home as best as possible.
Hold on guys, I am looking to the driver's change for the Stuttgart car, and there are officials lying on the ground looking at the right rear of the car. Usually, that is not a good sign. We will send our young Padawan downstairs to take a look.
And as that happens, he shall be joined down in the pit lane by the car from Trondheim, so maybe you can get an update from them while he's there as well.
Yeah, I'm down here at the N-Team car. The officials taking a very close look into the rear compartment where the engine is situated.
But you have only built electric cars, right, Jonas? So you have no idea what they're looking at.
Well, I have some idea. I have the suspicion that they are looking for potentially leaking fluid of some kind. There is a bit of a crackling sound emanating from the rear of the car.
That's never very good.
Could also be one of the cooling fans.
And you're also looking at the Trondheim car, right?
Yeah, meanwhile the Trondheim car is definitely having its cooling fans on at full blast. Quite the heat wave coming off of this car. So I would hazard a guess that their pace issues are definitely cooling related.
On track now, the car from RWTH Aachen.
Fortunately for Trondheim, the officials are also taking a look at the rear wing stability that we already saw Pisa struggling with today.
Good news for Stuttgart, they are okay and fired up their engine. Athens now across the line.
Looks like the crackling sound on the Stuttgart team's car was indeed caused by the cooling fan.
First lap from Aachen looking very strong. It's a 52.6.
And hold on a second, looks like Barcelona have stopped just after the wing section before the slalom. Official showing yellow flags, the car just off the course.
Well, they have been slowing down considerably in their second stint. They're about 8 seconds slower than their fastest lap of the day.
Driver waving his arms around a little bit, his or her arms around a little bit.
So waving about a little bit is the Trondheim team's car rear wing still here in the driver change. The official taking a very close look.
Barcelona has got going again. Maybe the gesticulation was saying, I want to go again, let me go.
Barcelona drivers, either Mark or Joan.
You could probably hear Stuttgart take off for the second half of their endurance run from behind me.
Jonas, I believe that Stuttgart was one of the teams with some attractive aerodynamics, right? Some fans on the side of their cars. So was it one of those fans maybe?
No, I think it was just a regular radiator fan that was making a sort of ticking noise. I couldn't spot any...
Well, hold on a second. Barcelona was just overtaken by Dresden. And again, at this point, what we see is that they have stalled. The T-Sol is green, so high voltage is off. Finish flag. Is it Austin? Is it the finish flag?
It is the finish flag for NTU Athens. First year electric car finishes endurance.
I am going to that team.
And it's an overall fastest time of the day for the total endurance as well.
What a run from them. Whoa, and Aachen, sorry, spins out, was heading right towards the timing truck through the lost cone chicane.
Cone killer chicane.
Cone killer chicane. Sorry, I'm lost for words. I looked up and the car was just completely sideways, headed right at the timing truck. Barcelona stopped again, unfortunately. In more positive news, Steph, have you managed to catch up to the team from Athens?
Well, there is some official business going on, nothing too strange, but I will wait a moment before they are more in the clear.
I think Steph's point from earlier is definitely the case. Ren team coming around on another lap with an ever-increasing amount of noise, which is of course very pleasant.
Whoa, and the car from Aachen spinning out almost again, coming past us. It's got a whole bunch of cones caught under the car now.
Yeah, it folded at least 2 cones under the rear wing.
Yeah,
under
there's
the
a
front
cone
wing.
now right in the driving line. The car from Dresden avoids it. I'm not sure if the driver from Aachen is pushing too hard or something's maybe just subtly broken on the car.
Barcelona, of course, being stuck in a very precarious spot there, right off the line from the overtaking lane.
Tron time continuing to circulate now.
Immediately being shown the yellow flag because of Barcelona.
So I am standing here in the pits area with the Athens team, trying to get hold of one of the team members. Congratulations, first of all. How do you feel?
Yeah, really nice. It was really difficult to get here. It's our first time with the electric car, and it was a big risk, but we made it. Yeah.
What was your secret? I mean, I have been here for over 15 years, and I rarely have seen an electric car drive that well. I also heard the scrutineers were quite happy with your team. How did you manage that?
Yeah, with giving in oil for 2 years, and that's the secret.
Congratulations, and enjoy your, well, maybe not victory, but it is a victory for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I have some bad news in the meantime for the team from Barcelona. We got the official confirmation that their car is indeed marked as DNF. So, unfortunately, the driver has to get out. The car will be left here in the infield of the endurance track. Sorry, guys.
Just need to say that it looks like the car from Aachen is absolutely fine. The driver was probably just pushing too hard for a few of those laps as they went past us.
Meanwhile, we have a fresh contender here lined up at the green flag position. Car number 31, TU Munich, is ready to go.
And TU Dresden finishes endurance. Congratulations to them. What a great run.
Munich immediately collecting a few cones in the Cone Killer chicane, setting off with a very conservative pace for what that car should be able to do.
We'll see how Munich get on.
I'm here with the Dresden team.
First time of 6 years!
So yeah, Munich are definitely taking it easy. This car has more repairs than, I don't know, I mean it's had multiple chassis failures this week. A suspension failure. The driver clearly being given the mission to just take it easy and get around to complete the run.
The rear right tire definitely having some issues over the weekend here, especially yesterday in autocross. It's again exhibiting a failure after another failure in the brake test scrutineering.
Meanwhile, the entire driver change scrutineering team is having an ice cream, so apparently we're not expecting any cars to come in soon. And yes, they have both with and without almonds.
lining up at the green flag again is car number 399, US Karlsruhe, joining us here on track for the first time.
Yeah, the car from Stuttgart is definitely getting louder.
Well, these combustion cars can burn through their exhaust pattern, can't they, Austin?
Yeah, and the driver's now picked up a cone that's dragging under the right side pod.
Well, the increase in noise also seems to be connected to an increase in pace from the second driver, because Renteam managed in the previous lap to beat the fastest time of the day. It's now set at a 48.8.
Well, yeah, they've just turned everything up to 11, haven't they?
München are taking it a little bit more cautious than we were expecting. Have you already commented on that, Austin?
Yeah, I mentioned the issues they've had this week, and
they're definitely taking it a bit slow. US Karlsruhe on their first lap with a 55.1. Car name from US Karlsruhe is the Rasenmäher. Driver names Hilla, and their Swede, Sven Helms. We got some carbon fiber sponsored by TU Fast at Formula Student Austria last minute. They are both back on track now, of course. They want to have a shout out to the whole team of High Speed Karlsruhe, probably watching. That faculty advisor Oli and all the other teams that shared some great moments with them.
Very inconspicuous car meanwhile on track is car number 99, FSG Aachen, lapping conservative but still pretty fast times. Doesn't look like the strategy involves a grand big push on the first stint, but let's see if they can still improve on that with their second driver.
Bakery X from Aachen. Their goal is to beat KIT everywhere. Car name is Nuri. Driver names are Ticho and Fedora. They're actually their nicknames.
It's morbid as it may sound, but currently Aachen is well on track for that, since Karlsruhe unfortunately have already had to abort the endurance.
Aachen wants to give a shout out to Rembert, because every team has one guy like that. Oh, they got actually a slogan. Discord and Zoom better than in one room. Ah, it rhymes.
The pedestrian pace from Munich now being the result of another overtaking maneuver. I think Trondheim here.
Oh, they are coming close. That is a bit too close to my fashion, isn't it, Austin?
yeah, if anything goes wrong with the Munich car, the Trondheim car is going to be in big trouble. Back off just a little bit. The blue flags are coming soon enough.
So Karlsruhe is catching up on Trondheim. So this will again be a blue flag, I guess. There we go, blue flags. Wow, missing the corner there completely.
So I know that Munich had issues with the right rear chassis on their
they
car.
are letting Munich past as well. This was, well, good for safety, but now they're stuck again behind Munich. So they have to get a blue flag there.
Yeah, Trondheim definitely faster than Munich still, so more overtaking maneuvers here yet to come.
As I was saying, I know Munich's had problems with the right rear chassis so far this week. It looks like they've also made the same preemptive repairs on the left-hand side of the car for endurance today.
This is a bit of bad luck for Trondheim. It was due to the extra blue flag situation. Not necessarily a Marshall fault, although they could have given the blue flag a bit earlier, but it's simply a bit unlucky. Now they get the blue flag and get on the way again.
Renteam meanwhile improving on their previously fastest time of the day, now set at a 48.44.
Stuttgart now across the line.
And the last lap sign also being shown to RWTH Aachen. They will be coming in for their driver change at the end of this lap.
Stuttgart in their second lap from home. So 1.5 laps to go from there.
rolling up to the green flag position now with the strange chirping sound that Mickey and I were already describing at the acceleration event. It's car number 33 from ETH Zurich.
And Stuttgart being shown in the last lap board, just 800 meters for them to complete endurance now.
Unfortunately, I don't think their last lap here will be a fast one, since they are creeping up towards Munich again.
We have the driver change for the Rhein-Westfälische Technische Hochschule Aachen. Can you repeat that, Austin, please?
RWTH.
Okay, Stuttgart half a lap away from home. Stuttgart through the horseshoe into the slingshot on the final straight. Yes, they're surely making it now through the final chicane. Keep it clean and across the checkered flag. Car number 229, the Rennteam Stuttgart.
They have been lapping incredibly fast the last couple of laps and actually managed to snatch the fastest overall endurance time from Athens. Now the bar is set here from a combustion car.
Karlsruhe with a 49.5, again going below the 50-second mark.
Trondheim on their way out of the horseshoe, again slowing down considerably compared to some of the higher paced laps that we've seen from them earlier today.
You were commenting earlier on the lap times of Stuttgart, and especially the second driver was really fast and consistent, lapping about in high 48s, low 49s most of the laps. If Karlsruhe wants to match that speed, they have to pick up the pace a little bit, although they are doing well in that area as well. About picking up pace, AMZ already in their first lap with a 52.1 and their second lap at 49.9. That are the fastest first two laps of any car out there so far.
Yeah, it's good to see them pushing today, since they did have some struggles in the autocross event yesterday.
I have to make a small correction. Also, Trondheim was able to go that fast already in their first two laps.
That makes it ever so much a bummer that Trondheim now having to slow down considerably compared to that earlier pace.
Yeah, they've had to slow down a lot less than I was fearing was going to be the case when they had those few laps, which they were in some sort of limp home mode.
So cars are now closing to the times from Stuttgart, so they're definitely picking up the pace, finding also the high 48s, low 49s. Last lap being taken out now. It is for Trondheim, and I believe to be that is their pit stop, isn't it, Austin?
No, we've definitely seen Trondheim before in the pit stop area, remember? With
oh, you are absolutely
issues.
right. I was very busy with the cheering of the Athens team back then. So, although they have had problems, they are now in their last lap. And I also think they have been picking up the pace, haven't they, Austin?
Yeah, it's sort of gone up and down. It's been a bit of a roller coaster if you look at their lap time chart.
Zurich overtaking Stuttgart, München. I think they'll be happy with that.
Meanwhile, the Aachen car number 99 has made it out of the driver change area successfully back into the track area for their second stint.
Well, Trondheim, here they come, Austin.
Checkered flag ready for car 63.
And Trondheim crosses the line and finishes endurance. What a roller coaster this has been. But they've made it, and that's all that matters right now. Great job to the team.
You can see some sober and relieved looking team members there. but nevertheless finishing the endurance with a car that is clearly experiencing some sort of issue is definitely a good thing. Car number 399 from US Karlsruhe now seems to have picked up the scent of Team Munich, who's now being shown the blue flag to overtake on the final straight here.
And both cars being shown the last lap board.
Jonas, you are looking at tablets. What are you observing?
I'm just trying to take a look at the consistency of the Munich times. They did manage to set a relatively fast lap with a 52.46, but have slowed down considerably from that again. AMZ, meanwhile, are showing great consistency with this first driver, consistently now lapping in the sub-50 region. As the double checkered flags are ready for US Karlsruhe coming in for their driver change.
Meanwhile, 3 of the 4 cars of the final 4 have been lining up now.
And Munich also have made it to the driver change as well. And I think I can see the 4th car just filling up with petrol at the moment too. Steph Valencia just at the filling station.
I think that's Esslingen, isn't it? With the big fan.
No, Esslingen I can see in the 2nd car in the queue.
You are right. Yeah.
It's got a massive umbrella over it, so it's a bit hard to see, to be fair.
Well, I know that Esslingen and Stuttgart have a bit of a competition, but I almost for a second thought it was the M team over there, because they have this black car with the white stripe. Quite sure that the team members of Esslingen are not so happy on me saying that, but okay.
Well, this is again a good moment to remind the teams to please come up with unique liveries for the next years. This is incredibly hard to discern some of these cars.
Actually, now we can see the Ring Team Stuttgart car crossing the Esslingen car, and it is different. It was just me, I guess. AMZ, or AMZ, they are doing very well. Also found lap times in the 48s, 48.569 for them. That's an improvement on their best time of the day so far. Not yet the fastest time of the day, which has been set, of course, by the Ren Team Stuttgart on the 24th lap, at 48.4, but coming very close. So Aachen, what can they do? They're on their 19th lap, now in their 20th lap. Last lap was a 50.9. Driver started out with a 55.5, so we're now, I think, approaching the lap times that they can make with this car. First stint was a little bit slower, although in their third lap they made a 50.8, so that's their fastest time of the day so far. I think they were held up as well a couple of times because they have some very high lap times around the 60-second mark. That's almost 10 seconds slower than the fastest lap time for them. That is, of course, what happens, Jonas, if you you run maybe in between a little bit slower cars than yourself, and sometimes you can get held up. That happens.
Yeah, and that's of course the entire reason for the Final Four approach that the organizers have elected for today. The cars that are now on track and in the driver change area will completely finish their runs before the 4 fastest cars from the autocross event yesterday are allowed on track, to ensure that the battle at the top is kept as fair as possible.
So I don't know if it's because there's only 2 cars going around the circuit, but the ETH Zurich car seems to be making more of a screeching noise than
Good
it was
news from
before.
Munich, they're back.
Might just be regen. It sounds like it's when the car is under braking.
I was worried for a second about too fast here because there were a total of 7 marshals around the car. Usually that's a bad sign, but I thought everybody just wanted to take a glimpse of this very nice looking car. And maybe also take a look at the fixes they had to make after their chassis failure yesterday.
Yeah, you can see 2 enormous aluminium plates bolted and probably also glued to the sides of the rear chassis.
They also fixed their left side, although it was the right rear end. They also fixed the left side, which is a wise thing to do, I guess.
US cars were also getting going again after their successful driver change, now lining up here at the green flag position. While it looks like AMZ is slowly catching Aachen on track here, they've been inching closer and closer over their laps here.
AMZ being given the last lap board now. Aachen the blue flag, so AMZ can get past.
Zurich's car is named Alvier, named after a mountain in the Swiss Alps. Their first 10 cars were named after Swiss passes, but they ran out of them. So since 2017 they use the names of mountains. First driver, I think now on his last lap, isn't he, Austin? Called Boris. Second driver will be Thomas.
Yeah, certainly the last lap for this first driver. He's making their way through the slingshot.
So on the final straight now, driver is nicknamed Boboicheman.
As I hear the AMZ car driving to the driver change area here, I think they have implemented what is now also becoming mandatory for some of the electric road cars. This noise is really exceptional.
It sounds like the car from Karlsruhe may be having some shifting issues.
Let us listen to it on the main straight here. No, that was a shift. That definitely was a shift.
Yeah, it's definitely shifting. It had some sort of hiccup a few turns ago.
They found the shifter again, I guess.
While I know that they definitely don't have a shifting gearbox installed, the second driver from Munich has definitely found the pace in the car. He's already managed to break the personal best of the team quite considerably.
Maybe they wanted to use their first stint as a little bit of a shakedown to gradually build up the pace, which would make sense.
I think, Austin, indeed you're right. The Karlsruhe car every once in a while sounds like the gearbox is shifting down just a little bit too earlier than the driver is expecting anyway.
Might also just be a short shift. So far it does look good. Let me take a look at their lap times. We can say there's still anything of that. They are a bit slower than the first stint, but that can also be just a difference in the driver. But in the same ballpark, so no indication here of any technical issues for them. Too fast, improving their fastest time of the day. It's a 51.03. Zurich has a story they want to share about their motor controller. It only arrived here in Germany on the Tuesday, after it destroyed itself quite spectacularly on Sunday evening. It needed to be repaired in Zurich on Monday, and they're used to this kind of operation.
The team members are cheering the second driver on as the car makes its way to the green flag position.
Because it was quite similar to the 2017 when they were halfway through Scrutineering in Spielberg in Austria, while their motors were still being repaired in Zurich, so they knew the drill.
Talk about express delivery.
They have a hashtag too many custom parts. They got deducted in design for their powertrain 1 point because the judges felt that there is such a thing as too many custom parts, which more or less summarizes their car. I can remember in the past also design judges complaining a little bit about some of the cars being built up out of unobtainium. So it's of course a student competition, and making things more custom and fancier out of expensive material does not necessarily mean it's faster. Although Zurich have the benefit of the doubt because they are driving very fast, aren't they, Jonas?
Yeah, looking at the times here, they have been very consistently lapping in their first stint in the sub 50 and in the last few laps even in the sub 49 second category. Trying to find out if that will be a chance at the fastest overall time, but let's see what the second driver can do.
They are back on track now. RDVH Zurich.
And RDVH Aachen, car number 99, takes the checkered flag and finishes endurance. Well done, Aachen.
And they have done this in the 5th fastest time of the day so far. About 49 seconds slower than the Rennteam Stuttgart, which of course is competing in the combustion class.
Yeah, maybe that is worthwhile mentioning. We have been talking about the fastest time of the day. The timing screens here don't show us the fastest time of each of the classes, but the timing of the points counting of the electric and combustion class will be separated for the award ceremony this evening.
Well, I can help you with that. The fastest combustion time, lap time of the day was a 48.44 by Stuttgart. The Rennteam Stuttgart, that is. The fastest electric time of the day is Zurich, currently on track with a 48.57. It is close though, because the numbers 2 and 3 all are quite close to that. So that's good.
Meanwhile, the second AMZ driver has been able to put in a much faster first lap than the first driver, but 2.5 second difference there.
Currently across the starting line, what is their time, Jonas?
48.29, that's indeed a new benchmark for the fastest time of the day. So considerably picking up the pace in the AMZ car.
It's only the second lap. They have 12 to go, right? We are driving 14 to 14, right?
Yes, indeed, 14 laps in total to be completed by each driver here.
I had to think about it because normally the track is a little bit longer and you drive 2 times 11 laps.
Sorry, I've been a bit quiet. I've just been watching, waiting for something interesting, well, out of the ordinary to happen, and it's not. All the cars are just circulating at pretty good pace at the moment for the past few laps.
Zurich are very fast though. They're coming around now in a 47.8, so the first car to go below the 48 second mark. Zurich currently on track with 47.8, fastest time of the day.
They are so fast, in fact, that US Karlsruhe has been shown the blue flag to let them pass. I doubt that they will be able to present quite such a fast time in this lap.
Now, there is a huge speed difference, and it's not that Karlsruhe is slow, because they are in fact the 3rd fastest car we've seen so far. It is just that Zurich is really flying out there.
Munich, meanwhile, has also been able to pick up the pace quite considerably compared to their first stint. Their fastest time so far is approaching the 50-second mark. Maybe they are willing to let the car go faster for some faster laps here compared to their first stint. More risk, of course. We know that the chassis in the rear has had a few bumps and scrapes already. I'm also happy to report that here in the driver change area, the first cars of the final 4 are accumulating. The DHBW Stuttgart and the car from Esslingen is already in position. I can also see the car from the Stuttgart Green Team being wheeled in here, and the car from Valencia is also waiting in queue already. So once the cars that are currently on track have finished, we'll definitely be able to continue with on-track action very shortly afterwards.
It is good to see the Zurich team flying out there, because we saw them in the Netherlands. There they had big issues. We heard that they were very fast in East, but it's good to see them out on track with these times. I'm curious to see what the 2 electric cars in the final 4 can do about that, which of course are the Green Team Stuttgart and DHBW Stuttgart.
And TU Munich now, I believe, just over a lap and a half remaining. Fingers crossed the repairs hold out for the remaining meters they have to make.
The greater Stuttgart area certainly is doing well, because, well, Esslingen is quite close by, so we have 2 cars from Stuttgart, 1 from Esslingen, and then a car from Spain, and I'm very curious to see how Valencia will hold up to these German cars.
Last laps are meanwhile being shown to car number 31, Team Munich. How are the times looking, Steph?
It's a 50.4, so their second stint is considerably faster than the first, and quite consistent as well. AMZ now with a 52. That is 5 seconds off their fastest time of the day, so they have been slowing down quite a lot actually. But all eyes, Austin, are on the Munich car. Who would have thought that they would be here today?
Yeah, car covered with effective band-aids, making their way through the horseshoe, around the slingshot, up the back straight. 2 more turns to negotiate it. Miraculously, somehow TU Munich has overcome all of the challenges to finish endurance here. What an effort from the team. There were so many times where I thought their week may be over, but they kept fighting and kept repairing, and seems to have paid off, having made it to the end of the endurance with a pretty respectable time.
It also looks like they have written a improvised hashtag onto their rear wing. I'm just reading Team Karlsruhe. I'm suspecting that they've had some help from various different teams to try and repair the damages that they've incurred in autocross yesterday overnight.
We don't know which of the 2 Karlsruhes that is.
Might also be both.
Might be both, because one of the 2 is now in their last lap. That is the car number 399 from UAS Karlsruhe, high-speed Karlsruhe team name. They are in their last lap. Austin, guide us through their final moments of today.
Yeah, once again making their way around the horseshoe with the brilliant cat graphic on the right-hand side pod. Around the slingshot. Down the back straight, through the final chicane. And across the line for US Karlsruhe.
Congratulations, guys.
For them.
And in fact, they have finished the endurance in the fastest total time of the day. So I don't know if you can see it on the big board, but they have been about 15 seconds faster than second fastest, which was the Ren Team Stuttgart. So they have made up some good points there on the Ren Team.
And fortunately, they didn't go by the saying on the rear wing, crank fast, die young. The car managed to survive through endurance. Now we're left with just 1 car from ETH Zurich, AMZ Racing.
They have 3 laps to go once they cross the finish line here. and you can feel the tension sort of rising, both among the track marshals and everyone here in the driver change area. Once AMZ finishes their run, we'll be, I think, having a quick break here, and then the top 4 will be allowed to run.
Yeah, if Zurich finishes, when Zurich finishes, that is, we'll go down and inspect the cars a little bit closer. But now let's pay attention to the Zurich, who have the track on their own, in sort of parade lap. I am curious to see whether they have also the fastest, whether they can beat the time of Karlsruhe. So far, if I look at all the lap times, they are very much the same. I think Zurich might be a little bit faster, but I do think 5-6 laps ago the driver has been told to go a little bit slower. They slow down a little bit, either to provide some, to conserve some energy or to manage the heat in the car.
Yeah, it is again considerably hotter here than what we've seen yesterday in the autocross event. About toasty 30 degrees out here. The track temperature obviously quite a bit higher than that. Superb grip, but also quite a challenge for cars that might have been tested in the colder summer temperatures this year here. So this is probably one of the hotter days that some of these cars here are experiencing. So some slowdowns are to be expected.
Yeah, it is the traditional FSG weather again. Austin, we were talking about that before the event. We are now 2-3 weeks later than usual, but the temperature is more or less the same.
Yeah, especially the past few years, it's been brilliant sunshine for the whole week. This year has been a bit mixed. Had some rain earlier on the week, but fortunately avoided the most of it. Past 2 days have been threatening for the sun to come out and warm up. Yesterday was the first day we had shorts on, and today, yeah, we're full summer spec.
I think the Zurich driver is stepping into our live stream because he is picking up the pace again. Our last lap was a 49.7. As soon as he crosses the line, we'll get the last lap sign. Let's see what this time does. It's a 49.4, so probably it was not a heat thing, but just the energy management slow down. Or maybe he just was held up a bit, but I don't think I saw that.
No, there's nowhere, nothing to hold him up, so I think you're right about the energy management topic.
Austin, we will leave you up here to guide us through the final corners of Zurich. And then as we will go down to inspect the final 4 cars.
Shall join you shortly, but in the meantime, Zurich just making their way around the horseshoe. Through the slingshot, down the back straight. Around the final chicane and across the line, ETH Zurich finishes endurance here at FSG 2021.
Jonas, we are now here after Zurich. We can see them coming in. First car, Theo Valencia. All these 4 cars are so similar yet so different, aren't they?
Yeah, that's of course one of the hallmarks of the Formula Student competition. The rules are the same for all teams, but the teams do find different solutions to tackle the same problem. There is this sort of calm tension here among the teams. See a driver actually studying the track layout here in the Valencia car.
I think that's the guy with the green helmet that we saw yesterday, having a fast time as well. They have a big radiator with 2 large fans on the back. It's a great looking car. Lined up next to them is DHBW Stuttgart. An electric car, 4 in-wheel motors, quite a distinct yellow front wing.
And a great number of very small fans poking out the back of the car as well.
And a lot of stickers of other teams. I presume if you're not on there yet, put it on. Esslingen.
Already warming up their engine here.
The jet car, I would say.
Yeah, we will hear from the Staubsauger later on today, I think.
They also have a great meme with one of their former team members who was not here for the first time in many, many years. He actually bought a mock-up cardboard figure of him, which the organization then stole, but brought back.
And the last car here in line from Uni Stuttgart, green team.
With the best hashtag. So they are lined up next to Esslingen. They got the hashtag Schneller ohne Propeller. Let's see about that. Let's see what Esslingen has to say about that.
Yeah, this will be, of course, a more direct comparison between the Staubsauger noises from Esslingen and, well, apparently
there's
Green Team decided to
German
take
song
that.
about that. I think Hubschrauber. Schneller, schneller, schneller. Propeller, propeller. Firing up now.
Yeah, we can hear the cars firing up. Just a quick note, the total time for Zurich is the fastest endurance time of the day so far. They did go purple at the very end. Of course, we now have the 4 fastest cars from Autocross yesterday about to take part. So that could all change very quickly.
Cars we hear now is, I think, Esslingen, Valencia haven't turned on their engines yet. Neither have Stuttgart and Stuttgart. Green Team now has the T-Sol blinking red, so they're on as well.
DHBW also been motioned to prime their HV system.
Yes, there it goes. Red light for the HBW Stuttgart as well.
I think Valencia is going to be the first car on track for today. The other 3 will join them quickly thereafter.
And as we know from years before, they will release these cars in quite a rapid fashion, that they're all in the same lap normally.
Cones now being removed. Chocks away for DHBW Stuttgart.
Yes, the green flag marshal is now instructing the other marshals to make them form a nice line at the green flag position. First green flag for Valencia, there they go.
Esslingen now pulling up behind DHBW Stuttgart at the green flag position.
They are released now on track, the HBW Stuttgart car number 77.
Green Team's car moving towards the green flag position.
On track, the jet car from Esslingen. And now the last car will be a bit more silent. The Green Team Stuttgart getting the green flag now on track, car number 26. So we have all the 4 fastest cars out here on track at the same time in the same lap.
And DHBW has come to a stop. The
That's
lost
right
chain section of the course. Esslingen being waved past.
Making it back onto the track immediately again though. No yellow flag hold up for Green Team.
And since these are all very fast cars, any hold up could cost them dearly.
And just to say, I'm really interested to see how the pace of Esslingen can hold up. They seem to be running don't seem to be running the active aero fan that they have for all of the other dynamic events. Presumably too big a drain on the battery to get through endurance.
I think they might be not schneller ohne Propeller. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah, I think you might be right, Steph.
Just by virtue of them running the fans through all the other dynamic events, we've been now able to hear the combustion engine from Esslingen for the very first time this weekend.
We have a battle of the Stuttgarts. Both electric cars very close to each other. Let's see if Green Team can follow the HBW Stuttgart.
They surely can follow them in terms of time. The HBW Stuttgart with a first lap time of 80.56. Green Team meanwhile decidedly faster with a 60.07.
Yeah, but they had the stall, and now I don't think the gap is changing a lot. They are quite similar in pace. Let's see what the battle between Esslingen and Valencia looks like. Valencia now in a 51.4 on their second lap. Esslingen in 49.8 on their second lap. So they're 2 seconds almost faster, 1.5. This lap between the Stuttgarts, Jonas.
Green Team just set a 54.47, while DHBW manages to undercut them with a 53.67. So DHBW currently winning the battle of the Stuttgarts.
Between the two Stuttgarts, it's only 0.2 of a second. Wow. Could this Final Four go into history, Austin, as the battle of the Stuttgarts? It might be.
It's very possible. It's so close between them, along with Esslingen and Valencia as well.
I'm actually curious to see if Esslingen is deciding to run the fans a bit later on, whether this is a strategy call that we don't hear them turn on right now, or if we will see the completion of the hashtag fans don't work. Quick update on the Battle of the Stuttgarts. Currently DHBW definitely still ahead of Green Team by about a second or so.
That gap is increasing. I think that Green Team is not able to pick up the pace.
Yeah, and Valencia still some very impressive lap times, sort of equaling the faster of the two Stuttgart cars. And bearing in mind DHBW had a very slow first lap, lost about 25 seconds.
Yeah, so they need to make up about a second per lap in order to have the same total time, more or less.
And actually, Valencia's first lap was 8 seconds faster than anyone else too.
The times are, of course, barring any penalty time incurred from cones that are being hit along the way.
Did we see a lot for any of the teams, Austin? Did we see a lot of cones on any of the teams, or so far all of them reasonably clean?
No, yeah, I think everything's been reasonably clean. I think the pace differential on the first lap as well is because Valencia was in front of the DHBW car that had issues, and the other two cars had to slow down for the yellow flags.
So Valencia driver nicknames the Star and the Underdog. And they do have a Spanish version of Nenzel from Renstal. No name given.
Nenzello.
Meanwhile, Esslingen managed to top the fastest time of the day with a 47.37. And the Battle of the Stuttgarts is heating up because they are almost exactly matching their times. A 50.34 from Green Team and a 50.31 from DHBW Stuttgart. They are, of course, still with that about 1 second a lap package in their neck from their slow first lap.
2 remarks from the Valencia team. The car always weighs the same every year, no matter what they do, yet every year it's faster. So maybe the weight is not as important as Claude Jurel said one day. And also they think it is a shame that FSG is not joining the electrification of the combustion tracks.
They've got some good banter, don't they?
DHBW Stuttgart, meanwhile, the battle is on, guys. Here, the DHBW Stuttgart just managing to pass below the 50-second barrier, but Green Team fighting back with a 49.8, about a tenth faster.
So as it stands now, mainly because of that first lap from the DHBW Stuttgart, Green Team has the advantage so far. Mickey, I'm also curious to find out what the second drivers do. We know that these teams only have 8 people on site, right?
Yes, exactly.
So that might mean that not both drivers are equally compared.
Well, usually if you have eight people on site, you will probably bring your 2 drivers for endurance, because that's the most points. So I would definitely bring my both star drivers to the competition for sure.
And Valencia's star driver is really pushing. They lock up going into the final sequence of corners. They've been doing it pretty much every lap, right on the ragged edge.
Meanwhile, the Battle of the Stuttgarts is also on the ragged edge. DHBW managing to just undercut the most recent time by Green Team by about 6/10.
And this is a really intriguing battle. If you look at all of the lap times for all of the teams, I wouldn't even be able to do the maths to tell you who's out on top at the minute.
Well, there was an unfortunate cone by Valencia. Chicane slalom area, sorry.
I think in general, all the first stint drivers are definitely going for a no cone policy here, since 1 cone is 2 seconds added to the final time, and with the battle being on here in the tenths or even hundreds later on, every cone counts.
Those 2 seconds could be inconvenient.
The line that the Valencia driver takes here at the end of this chicane just before the starting line, every single lap, he is within 5 to 10 centimeters of that cone. It's really amazing to see. No other driver comes that close to the cones here. Wow, a lot of cones for Esslingen there. I think at least 3 or 4.
DHBW Stuttgart putting down a 47.85, meaning that Green Team is definitely losing out in the battle of the Stuttgarts at the moment. 49.37 from them.
We still have that first 20 seconds. I must say, I feel a bit sorry for DHBW Stuttgart there.
That was definitely a bummer, but as we've seen here during the endurance, nothing is decided until the final checkered flag falls for a team.
And also the old saying goes, finish first you get to finish.
You see another cone for Valencia as well, going through the wing section of the course.
Esslingen won't be too unhappy with that because they caught a couple of cones in the previous lap. It's not as clean as we see sometimes for the combustion cars, at least. I think the electrics so far, Austin, they're quite clean, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so, Steph. But like you were saying, I just can't get over the precise driving of this driver from Valencia. Just on the edge.
Whoa, big power slide there by Esslingen. Jonas, the Esslingen driver does seem to be overdriving the car a little bit now in the last lap. Is it slower as well or not?
He is slowing down just a tad. They did manage to set the fastest time of the day so far in the earlier laps, but have slowed down by about 1.5 seconds or so compared to that fastest time at the moment.
I think that's the driver pushing a little bit too much. You can see him going sideways every now and then, getting a couple of cones every now and then. Maybe tuning it down a little bit might help them in the lap times. Don't you think, Austin?
Yeah, possibly. It's a little bit of overdriving.
You're only watching Valencia,
I'm only
aren't you?
watching Valencia. This driver is just every lap on the edge.
Also, what happens every lap is the DHBW Stuttgart bottoming out quite heavily at the entry of the horseshoe cone. Stuttgart there clipping a cone.
Yeah, Green Team Stuttgart, that is.
Yes.
Speaking of which, the times between DHBW and Green Team are definitely converging a little bit, both lapping in the mid to high 48s, 49s now.
Now Esslingen is catching up to Valencia. Last lap sign is now being shown probably to all the cars because they all started in the same lap. I don't think Esslingen will catch them in the next lap, but let's find out.
No, the Esslingen car is definitely not quite as much under control as the Valencia car sliding.
Austin, you had a whoa. What was that about?
It was just a massive slide from Esslingen through the cone killer chicane. I think I pretty much said the same thing as Jonas, but a little bit less eloquently. And Esslingen with a few more cones, as is Valencia, taking out one more at least.
Valencia car also sounds very nice. I'm gonna head down to the driver change area, guys.
Yeah, also heading down to the driver change area are the team members awaiting the return of their cars, as Valencia is the first car pulling in.
Let me try and
also being shown the double checkered.
Let me try and catch a sound fragment of the driver change of the Valencia car.
Making their way around the horseshoe as the last car in the train here is Green Team. DHBW now also getting the double checkered flags to pull into the driver change area.
Scrutineers checking the back end of the Valencia car with a light for any leaks. No worries so far. They are resetting the seat of the Valencia car as well.
And the last car has also left the track, Green Team. So far,
no communication between the drivers of the Valencia team. No communication here as well for any of the teams, so apparently the track is clear. Also, Renstall is now switching their seat.
I think the Valencia driver is having a bit of a debrief now.
Oh yeah, he is. Let's not get too much in the way there.
My Spanish isn't great, but I think they were just telling him to go faster.
Probably. And here at the green team, we are talking about 38 something max, so probably that's battery. They have a hotline to somebody at home.
I forgot how good like warm race cars smell, Steph. Like it's a really pleasing smell, isn't it?
Well, the electrics don't really smell, so I'm at the wrong end of the pits here. I have to say all of these pit stops do look quite composed. No drama so far whatsoever.
You usually allowed 3 minutes of time for each driver change, or ample time usually to make any adjustments to the car, switching out seats and seat inserts for different size drivers, making adjustments to the pedals in some cases, and strapping the driver in safely.
So which one is the first to go? Doesn't really matter because there's a fixed time for that. As long as you stay within that, doesn't matter. Austin.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much a performance difference there may be, but just looking at the 3 cars with Hoosiers, the tires appear to be in slightly better shape than the car from Esslingen that's running Goodyears.
Oh yeah, it is graining quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, there's lots of graining on the Goodyears of Esslingen, whereas the Hoosiers for all the other teams seem to be in quite good shape still.
So, Hoosier daddy, that's what we used to say. No teams driving with the Continental tires.
I can hear Valencia trying to fire up the car. The radiator engines are going.
This is Esslingen, turn on. They are first. We're third in, first out. Stuttgart, the green team, last in, second out probably. Now instructed to go. I can hear the beep.
Oh, and there we go. The car from Valencia fires back up.
Esslingen meanwhile released back onto the track. Stuttgart green team also making it towards the green flag now.
DHBW Stuttgart still having the steering wheel off.
Valencia also moving
now it's
again.
On.
Green team back on track.
DHBW Stuttgart, they are fiddling around with the arm restraints. Have to be a bit more tight, as instructed by the official.
Valencia meanwhile has also made it back on track.
Just to confirm, Valencia's pit stop was okay on time. It did take a little bit longer than the others, but still within the allotted time period.
Tractive system is definitely active on the Stuttgart car. I think they are being motioned to start now.
You can just hear the beep. There they go.
Once DHBW crosses the timing beacon, I can also give you a total stint update on the Battle of Stuttgart. Let's see. They will probably be released just after Esslingen. Oh, sorry, green team.
It's a bit difficult, Jonas, because the our timing also includes the pit stop, I guess. So the blue ones you can see there. Oh, there are the pit stop times. Ah, timekeeping has done that properly for us.
So if we are to believe our timing screens here, that means that there is about a 60-second difference. So I don't think this is quite right.
No, I think the blue thing that you're referring to was the changing pit stop.
Esslingen with a massive slide, and they've taken out 5 or 6 or 7 cones on the back straight.
That is 10 to 15 seconds added to their time. This will cost them dearly.
Russia still looking to restore all the cones in that Esslingen slide area back to their original position. And what are the current times of the Stuttgart, Steph?
Well, I'm first looking to the combustions. Valencia now in a 51.6. That is about exactly the same time as the second lap of the first driver, so very well done. While Esslingen has a 50.7, so definitely the combustions are a lot closer together this stint. And bear in mind that Esslingen was sweeping around cones just now. So Valencia might have it, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting. Valencia haven't had the cleanest of runs either. No big moments on track, but taking out the occasional cone here and there. Not sure how many points have been accumulated from those.
And Green Team Stuttgart definitely faster now than DHBW Stuttgart. About 4 seconds on the first lap. Now the second lap. Okay, DHBW Stuttgart is picking up some pace. They're about 2 seconds off still, but they're trying to close the gap.
Valencia have taken out just one cone in the last sequence of corners before the finish line.
I think Green Team has turned it up to 11 because the first lap of the second driver is almost as fast as the fastest lap of the first stint.
Yeah, I was just watching the Green Team car and the DHBW car a little bit more closely here. It looks like the Green Team driver is a very calm and precise surgeon here, while the DHBW car looks a little bit more nervous on track. So that might be part of the reason why the DHBW times are dropping slightly here in comparison.
And I don't know how close the overall standings are in the electrics at the moment, but surely they want to beat the other Stuttgart on track in this great battle of the Stuttgarts.
The respective other Stuttgart on track.
So, Combustions, Austin, Esslingen and Valencia. Boy, that is a battle we could not have predicted a couple of years ago, is it?
No, it's amazing, and it's a battle we still can't predict now. I can't, honestly, it's just trading punches back and forth.
So Esslingen still not running the fan, are they, Austin? We cannot really hear the jet noises that we heard yesterday in autocross.
No, yeah, we can hear their combustion engine for once, which is a nice change.
Yesterday the fan was so loud, I actually thought that car was an electric because we could only hear the jet fan and nothing else.
Meanwhile, the Green Team has already managed to surpass their previously fastest time from the first stint in the second stint now. Their best time is now 48.29, while the DHBW cars slowed down a little bit in comparison to the first stint, now lapping in the mid-50s.
I think everything being as close as it is now, it's all about not hitting any cones and bringing the car home now.
Yeah, and interestingly, I think both electric cars have been pretty clean and tidy in avoiding the cones, whereas the two combustion cars have been a bit more reckless.
Green Team, meanwhile, creeping closer to that 48-second mark.
Can also be that the drivability of the electrics is a little bit better. Although I'm still amazed that the first driver from Valencia is so close to these cones and not clipping them any lap. Is Green Team catching up on Esslingen? I think they are.
Green Team certainly lapping faster in the sub 48 seconds now. Esslingen at the same time sort of creeping into the high 49s. So I think we will see an overtaking maneuver here shortly.
Yeah, they are closing the gap quite fast. I hope they won't be too affected by getting stuck behind Esslingen. I don't think so. And if they're not close enough this overtaking lane, they have the next one quite soon after the next one.
Yeah,
they won't get it. They're not close enough.
You see that gap closing significantly now, though. I don't think the Green Team driver is willing to back off at all.
They will get it now. I see Marshall's preparing the blue flag.
And Esslingen trying to do this will losing the least amount of time.
Oh, wait a second. It's car number 77 stuck on track. It's DHBW Stuttgart.
You can see that the T-cell is not flashing anymore. The HV system is disengaged.
Whoa, this is exactly the same what we saw in their first lap of the endurance.
I think this is sealing the fate of the Battle of the Stuttgart's Green Team, now passing them.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately so. So far so good. Yes, they are back.
DHBW setting off again. That's of course good to see. They will still be able to complete the endurance, hopefully.
Valencia lapping around in a high 50 seconds, whilst Esslingen is lapping around below the 50-second mark. They were just held up now by the yellow flag, causing them to have a 53.8.
Yeah, I think that Valencia was held up by that yellow flag as well that lap.
You are right, they lapped about 2 seconds slower than the lap before.
Yeah, not quite as substantially because they were right behind the DHPW car.
Luckily, they both had the yellow flag situation, so it's still a level playing field from that perspective.
Green Team meanwhile decidedly pulling ahead of the Esslingen car that they overtook a couple of laps ago.
I don't think the gap is opening as fast as it was closing, so Esslingen now has a marker to really try to follow, but now the gap seems a little bit bigger again.
Yeah, I think that Esslingen was a little bit later on the brakes to the yellow flag than Stuttgart was, to be fair. I mean, still both completely fine, but just a little bit less cautious.
Could of course also be connected to the energy strategy from Green Team. One of the advantages that the electric cars have is of course the regenning, so filling up the accumulator with a bit more energy with each braking maneuver, something that the combustion cars don't have any means of doing.
Yeah, I think the times that the electrics were slower than the combustions in the endurance because of energy saving are long gone, aren't they, Jonas?
Yeah, I think we're seeing very closely matched times here nowadays between electric and combustion for sure. Not just because of the stopping situation, but just on pure pace merit. Green Team is now lapping decidedly faster than the HPW Stuttgart.
And Green Team just carrying a cone along with them.
It looks like the fast pace from Green Team is taking its toll on their cone count.
Yeah, they were really clean for a while. Now they've had 2 cones within a few corners.
Esslingen just barely avoiding a cone that Green Team deposited just in front of them on track. Again, a bit of a Mario Kart banana moment.
And Esslingen dislodging a cone at the cone killer chicane as well, getting on the action.
So we are coming close to the end of the endurance now. 2 cars having 1.5 lap to go. 1 car 2.5, and the HPW Stuttgart 3.5 laps to go. I hope we all can make it, Austin.
Me too, everyone's so close at this point.
Here we go, last lap sign for the Green Team, Uni Stuttgart. And this is also the last lap sign for Esslingen.
The DHPW Stuttgart meanwhile having to catch up a little bit on the number of laps. So we will see them solo towards the end of the event.
So first we will now see the last lap for Valencia. And then the checkered flag. Yes, here is Basti preparing his checkered flag. I think Basti should double wave, but I think he's going to do a single. There we have it. The checkered flag for the Green Team, Uni Stuttgart, car number 26, and they missed the exit. And yeah, they will have to go round. I don't know exactly how this works, but we have the checkered flag for Esslingen as well, completing the endurance.
We have seen something like this before, of course. I think that will unfortunately be an off course for Stuttgart since they missed the exit.
Last lap for DHPW Stuttgart, car number 77.
And come on, Vamonos, Valencia, just a few more corners to go.
Venga!
Interestingly enough, Green Team hasn't been...
Sorry, Jonas, this is the finish of Theo Valencia with a jump, car number 395, completing endurance.
Ole!
And you can hold it, Jonas, the analysis, because I think this will be the finish of the final car of the day.
Not quite. There is one more lap to
One
go.
more lap to go, so you have some time.
Well, I was about to say Green Team hasn't been quite as fast, at least here on the timing screen, as AMZ in terms of the total time. Of course, we don't have the tally of the cone penalties added on the timing screen here.
Austin, while we watch the last lap for the DHBW Stuttgart, I think we have had a great day, a great morning, a great afternoon, great weekend in general, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been amazing just to be back here at Hockenheim with all of the cars, all of the teams, all of the officials, sort of getting back to some sense of normality. I've really enjoyed the week here. It's been a great week of racing, and I think this Fast Four really capped off with a big exclamation point.
So there we have it, the HBW Stuttgart, the last car to complete endurance through the final chicane. Let's hear it for car number 77, the HBW Stuttgart.
Congratulations, guys.
And this, Basti is remaining to wave his checkered flag. This concludes a very special week, Austin.
Yeah, it's been great. Like I was just saying, wow, what a day, what a week. And just once again, a big thank you to everyone who took their time to make sure the organization of this ran smoothly. The white shirts, the red shirts, the black shirts, the green shirts, the judges in the blue shirts who did everything remotely.
The teams attending also exhibiting, I think, excellent control here on track and off track in terms of handling the cars safely.
Yeah, and as well, thank you to all the sponsors of Formula Student Germany. This couldn't be done without you.
And I am happy that a lot of the cars that we were a bit worried about, that had some issues all season, all weekend, most of them were able to complete the endurance. We saw a couple of very fast endurances, and well, the only thing left to say, Austin, is we will see you next year.
Yes, of course. Looking forward to that. It's been good to have everybody back. Hopefully we can be back closer to normal next year. Have some people on the live stream watching in the stands. But really looking forward to that, and yeah, see you next year.
Yes, we're wrapping up collecting all the cones from the track here. Thank you very much to everyone who switched on the live stream, watching in, listening to our commentary remotely. Thank you to the teams for showing up, and yeah, let's see you at the next event, FSG 2022.